I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. This is a regular meeting for Tuesday, November 18th, 2025. Madam Clerk, will you take the roll?
I will. Tim Hale.
Here.
Stephanie Nowers.
Here.
Dee McKee. Here. Maxwell Sumner.
Present.
Bill Gamble.
Here.
Dimitri Bonoff.
Here.
Ron Bernier.
Present.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything that the members would like to pull from the consent agenda? Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead. Would you turn your mic on, please?
Yeah. 25-135, excuse me, action memorandum, yeah. Under consent agenda, it is AM 25-135. I just want to have a couple questions about it,
Okay,
and that's it.
and that's it?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, Assemblyperson Nowers,
Under referrals, I'd like to pull 25-129, the water body setback standards.
Okay,
Which one is that, 25?
Water body setback standards,
Which number is that?
25 OR 25-129.
Oh, damn.
Page 9 of the agenda.
Okay, thanks.
And I can speak briefly to it, why we're pulling it, or I don't know if that's,
I think we just do it at
Okay.
that time, right?
Madam Mayor, I do believe she's asking to remove it from the agenda. She can speak to why she wants to remove it. We just can't get into the merits of what the legislation's about.
Okay, so we don't wait till it's on the, at that time? It's now
No, because this is
considered-
setting the agenda right now.
Okay, all right, yes, go ahead, ma'am.
okay. I appreciate we're trying to find a solution. I just think we are putting an issue back that we just spent 2 years on, and we need to have a discussion first about how we're going to do enforcement or compliance so we don't end up having the same problem that is causing us to think about this. So I'm not suggesting we don't come back to this. I just want to have this body move forward before we start going through a big, long process again.
Okay, so the motion before the assembly is then to pull it, right?
From the agenda.
Right, so a yes vote would be to pull it, a no would be, yeah. Assemblyperson Sumner?
I guess I would be opposed to pulling it. I would have I think that, if we introduce this legislation, it would be the opportunity to discuss about the legislation when it comes to before the assembly.
Yep. Any further discussion? Yes, Assemblyperson Hale.
Yeah, I just had a question. What's our timeline again on, I know we had talked about setting up another committee or commission to kind of look at this issue. What was our timeline on that? Did we decided not to do that? Or
Yeah,
does anybody
I'm not
remember?
in favor of another task force. We have like for what, 3 or 4 per task forces,
Right.
but, you guys can certainly make that motion or whatever.
I remember that it was discussed. I just wasn't sure if we had gone ahead.
We
to-
didn't cement anything. Yeah, thank you, sir. Assemblyperson McKee?
But pulling it does not assume a new body to look at this thing. Just pulling it just means we're not talking about it. Someday somebody else will bring it up again, and yeah.
Right.
Okay, I'm in favor of that.
Okay, further discussion on the motion to pull it from the agenda. A yes will pull it from the agenda, and you won't either refer it or whatever. And yes, Assemblyperson Fonoff, go ahead.
So if it pulled, then it immediately dies and never gets discussed. Is that my understanding?
No, we're
No, this
pulling
one.
it, so it will not be discussed on tonight's agenda.
And ever.
Or
Because it's
maybe
indefinitely. She's not postponing it, right? Okay.
Further questions on the motion? Did you want to address
Just
it?
to clarify, I'm not saying we wouldn't bring it up again. I'm just saying we just spent 2 years on it. So let's come to some more conclusions at this body level before we start the whole process again.
Okay. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
I'd like to ask the sponsor how he feels about this.
Okay,
Well, like I said, I think that, the time for discussion about this ordinance would be when it comes before the body. I mean, if we pull it and don't refer it, then we're not going to be talking about it. So, I mean, sticking your head in the sand is an option that I think that Ms. Nowers is proposing, but I think that it should have its day in court, so to speak.
So when you refer it, how long,
we're not talking about referring it. We're talking about pulling it So we do not have on the agenda then the option of referring it. Do you see?
Say that last
We're
part again.
just- So right now, it's on the agenda to refer.
Yeah,
The motion before us is to pull it off the agenda. If that passes, then when we get to the referrals, there will be no referral for this piece of legislation. It's sort of like dead, right? Is that a parliamentary? Is that a parliamentary?
More dies than dead.
A dying, okay, not quite.
But it can't, Madam Mayor, to clarify, something can come back later on.
Right, sure. Would, if somebody was going to bring something back, say a month from now, but it wouldn't be this ordinance, it would be a new ordinance then?
Correct.
Okay, all right. It could say the same things, but it would have a different number and different introduction and that, okay.
Correct, Madam Mayor.
So it kills it, technically, or dies it, whatever. Okay.
Further discussion. Are we ready to vote? Okay, Madam Clerk?
And get the members to go ahead and vote. Madam Mayor, it passes with Assemblymember Fonoff, Bernier, and Sumner opposed.
Okay. So it will not be on the agenda then later, okay? Any other items regarding the agenda? Okay. Right. So let's see. No other discussion, okay? So then the agenda has been approved as presented with the motion that had passed, okay? Ready, the next item is Pledge of Allegiance. If everybody would stand in a separate person hail, if you'll do the honors, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And before us, we have the minutes of the preceding meetings, but the clerk tells me that you do not have the meetings for August 19th of 2025 because they have not been prepared, so they're not in the packet.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah,
if I
go
could
ahead.
clarify.
Sure.
They were in the packet. They were not supposed to be in the packet. They have
Oh.
not been finalized. So this shouldn't be something you are finalizing tonight, the 8/19/25 Assembly meeting minutes.
Okay. So with that change, is there any other changes to the meeting, to the minutes? Okay, hearing none, then the minutes that have been prepared have been presented. Okay. Agency reports, state.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Manager Brown, Assembly members. First, congratulations, I guess, to those of you who will be serving again. And Mr. Hale, thank you very much for your questions and interactions over the last few years. I've appreciated that. Hope that I've been able to help you in serving the Mat-Su Valley. Todd Smolden, Governor's Office. I apologize for not being here as often as I used to be. I had some family commitments and some other things that have kept me away. But I do want the Assembly to know that your manager and mayor reach out to me often. So even though I'm not here, I still am communicating with them. And I wanted to take a moment, first of all, to just recognize the passing of Earl Lackey, who was a longtime Valley resident, Alaska Raceway Park. But he was a friend for me. Earl attended my small church that I attend, and he was kind of an unofficial mentor for me. I don't know if he really knew that. I'm not sure I ever told him that he was a mentor, but I certainly did enjoy his company and his wisdom. And I know that he's going to be missed by people all across the political spectrum and all throughout the valley. So he's a great man. So condolences to Karen and her family. And I believe his service is going to be right after Thanksgiving. So it's been a long time since I've given you a report, and I don't want to take up too much of your time. I do want to just say that it's one of the things I wanted to I guess mention is the work that the manager and your staff are doing on two projects that I've been assisting on. One is Jonesville, which I think is pretty exciting. Actually, I know Manager Brown will withhold his enthusiasm until dirt is turned and things like that. But we are. The state agencies are talking. I have a meeting with executive staff and DPS on Friday, so that's one piece that needs to come together. So we're doing that. The other is related to land for an economic opportunity, and I know that the state is working diligently on trying to make that work out as well. So. Two things that I think are important for the valley and that the state is working on for you and Matsu residents. The other piece is to speak to the SNAP benefits, food assistance. Fortunately, the federal government opened up again, so SNAP beneficiaries have been made whole on some of the dollars that were withheld for a little while. The state is going to end up spending about $5 million on food pantry and food bank assistance. So I think it's great that the federal government is open, but that's also, it allowed the governor to help with food assistance, and this time of year is always kind of needed anyway, so that's good. The only other thing I'd like to just mention, I guess, is to remind everyone, and I've talked to different assembly members about this and the mayor and manager, but the governor's EO 360 on regulation reductions and improvements for the state. So if you have any regulations that you would like to see changed or improved, or if you'd like to just see regulations go away, feel free to reach out to me. If it's related to a statute, and depending on how specific that statute is, there are limitations on what you can do with that regulation. But I'm always interested in business owners and government entities, nonprofits, whoever is impacted by regulations. Please reach out to me, and I'm happy to have conversations with you and pass those forward to the departments. I don't know if anybody has any questions, but I'm happy to take any questions if you have any.
No, I guess not, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Nice to see you again. And I don't see anybody from the cities, and I don't see anybody from the school district. The next item is committee reports, and if I could have Assembly Person Hale come, even though he's not a committee. Are you? No. So just on behalf of all the years and the hours and the tears and the laughter, this is a small token for you to remember us. Even when you probably want to forget us.
Never.
Okay, on joint assembly, so I guess there is no report, right? Or somebody want to mention something? Okay. And Mr. Brown, do you have your report or do you? Oh, yes. So Assemblyperson Fanoff, are you going to do the diversion proclamations?
I would like to, if that's okay, ask Jason Ortiz to come and summarize this, and then we'll present some recognition here, if that's okay.
Okay, Jason, oh, there he is. Okay. And so, Jason, I don't know exactly what you have prepared, but I would anticipate there probably are a number of people in our audience that probably needs to know what we're doing and the program, and I know you were so instrumental, so if you don't mind, if you're adding that to your portion, okay? Thank you.
Absolutely, Madam Mayor, and Madam Mayor and the Assembly, and managers. So what this proclamation is about, or excuse me, not proclamation, this resolution is about is the diversion program. The community cleanup program, what we've been really successful in doing in the last almost 2 years now, and then with the collaboration with the Department of Law, we've incorporated and started this diversion program. What a diversion program is, it's very common. You see these out throughout the United States. Essentially, we're getting labor from the Department of Law through the court system for people that have minor offenses, relatively low-level minor offense, not minor offense and traffic tickets, low-level misdemeanor offenses. Sorry, and they're being referred to us. So every Tuesday, our program coordinator goes and sits in the court. They get referred to us, and then we're actually putting them to work. They're doing physical labor. They're cleaning up some of the junk and blight that we have throughout the borough. We're cleaning up borough parcels. So in the short time that we've had this program, it's been very successful. We've had 20 participants referred. 14 have successfully completed the program. About 400 hours of community service. 32 tons of junk has been removed from the borough. And every Tuesday we get new people that come to join the program. And what's really unique about our program is generally when people get referred to community service programs, what usually ends up happening is like right before, they're given 6 months to do it by the judge. And then on the 5 months and 3 weeks, they're coming and asking for an extension. And because we are there in the courtroom, we're seeing successes. We're actually working with those people. We're seeing them complete their hours fast. And what that means to taxpayers is that we're saving money. So we're plucking those people out of the court system right there. And there's no longer any costs. So you don't see the Department of Law costs, the public defender costs, the court costs, the probation costs, all those other costs are being removed, and we're getting physical labor and seeing junk and trash cleaned up. So this is just an idea that Assemblymember Fanoff had to recognize that partnership between the Department of Law, the Attorney General, Trina Sears is our local Palmer DA, and just basically just recognize like this is really important, and we're doing good things. We're saving the state money. We're getting the valley cleaned up, and we'd like to see it continue and thrive.
Thank you.
Yeah, and can I add also?
Go ahead.
Had a meeting with one of the directors from the Frontline Mission, and they recently reported that they also had some people that were coming through the program that were able to serve in a food bank and things like that. So it gives them. We're also going to be able to give directions to other organizations where they'll be able to complete those hours. So, which is a good partnership with the local organizations that make a good impact here for Matsuboro.
Yeah, today we had a meeting with the Salvation Army. We'll be working with the Senior Center, just lots of different organizations where you're going to see helping in the community, and it's free labor from the courts that we're getting referred. Is there any questions from anyone?
Are you gonna give those out then, Assemblyperson Fauna?
Yeah, we would like to ask our district attorney, district attorney signatories to come forward. We're going to recognize her and by giving one of the folders over here. And also, we're going to say one in the future when we do have a meeting with the Attorney General and present them with one as well.
Okay,
And Jason, if we can have you stay and we'll take a picture together after we do this.
okay, go ahead, sir. Hi.
Mayor DeVries and Assembly members. Thank you for this proclamation. It's recognizing my office and our efforts. I appreciate that. We are trying every week to send as many offenders as we can to the borough because we recognize the value in cleaning up the community and the value that they can give back as well, rather than paying a fine or having a suspended sentence. They're actually getting out and working and giving back. And most of these are, as was said by Mr. Ortiz, low-level misdemeanor offenses. So offenses that don't have victims, but offenses where people can come in and quickly resolve their case and give back. And so that's what we're trying to do. And we intend to send more people to the borough to help clean up our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now ready for your report, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
I'm going to invite Jeff Smith from Solid Waste Division to come up. As he's doing that, I want to recognize one other Public Works employee. She works clear up in the Talkeetna area, lives up in the Trapper Creek area, I believe. But we're proud to share that Amanda Fleming has been honored with the Alaska Rural Water Association's Water Operator of the Year Award. Her exceptional performance, dedication to improvement, and commitment to community service has distinguished her among her peers across the state of Alaska. As highlighted during the award presentation, Amanda's hands-on approach, industry expertise, and personable leadership have transformed a small water system facing challenges into a model of excellence. Her empathy and support for fellow operators exemplify the values we strive for in the Mat-Su Borough. This recognition is a testament to the incredible work happening across our borough. Congratulations, Amanda, and thank you for your outstanding contributions. So she runs the Talkeetna Sewer and Water System for us, which for us is like a 3-person operation. To run a water and wastewater utility is no small task, and Amanda's doing a fantastic job, and she was recognized by the state. So we just wanted to take a minute to say thank you for the work that they're doing up there and how much we appreciate that. That said, I'm going to invite Jeff up, and he's going to give you an update on some developments with projects at the Solid Waste Division, otherwise known as Central Landfill, and transfer sites, and. So with that said, turn it over to you, Jeff.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Assembly, Mayor Brown, Manager Brown. How about manager instead of mayor? Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. This is always my favorite thing to do. I love to come and talk about trash, and tonight I'm going to talk about some of the projects we have that are going on. They're pretty exciting stuff we have happening right now. We've just recently completed a number of projects, and you can see here, there's the leachate evaporation we've talked about for a while. There's also the glass pulverizer system that has been complete, the MSW cell 4 expansion. And some that we're in the process of doing is the landfill residential entrance, compost recycling, and of course, our waste tracking software. So I want to bring you up to speed mostly about the leachate project. It's pretty exciting. And just a reminder, if anybody, we're doing a ribbon cutting and you've all been invited. So if you can make it, that would be terrific. If not, that's okay. We'll take some good pictures. So first of all, what is leachate? It's important to understand leachate. Leachate is a problem at all landfills, and depending on the size of the landfill, you'll have a number of how many gallons you might have and how you have to deal with it. Basically, leachate is water that filters through the decomposing trash. So that's what it ends up being. We collect it in a sump and ultimately into a lagoon, and then we have to do something with it. We have about, right now, 4 to 5 million gallons a year that are actually generated at our landfill, depending on the year with the water volume, rain and snow, and those volumes can go up and down. We currently haul that to Anchorage at a cost of about 12 cents a gallon. And then Anchorage, what they do is they remove the solids from it and then they ship it out to the Cook Inlet. So not a really good solution, but it's allowable, not necessarily the best way to go. It also requires us to have a permit renewal every 5 years, and it's a very costly thing to do because of the testing that's required. Monthly, quarterly, annual testing adds a lot of cost to that permit. About 2 to 3 times a year, we actually have exceedances in some of those things. The most common one we exceed in is zinc. When that happens, we're not allowed to haul. And that can dial us down for several weeks to several months, depending on how bad the exceedance is and how it eventually is dealt with. What that means is we then have a problem with the amount of leachate that's on the landfill cell. It could be too high of a volume and cause some problems, or it could create other issues for us. So it's something we really have to keep an eye on. So we've come up with a system that's the evaporation system that solves a lot of these problems and actually improves the process. So I wanted to talk a little bit about those benefits. First of all, it's cheaper. It saves about half the cost to operate an evaporating system versus hauling it. It eliminates addition of future equipment. So to give you an idea, we currently have 1 truck and 1 trailer that we haul to Anchorage on a regular basis. We also pay a contractor to supplement that because we can't handle all the volume at peak periods of the year. If we continued in the same way we would be going, we'd be adding trucks, manpower, and so forth to continue to haul that material. The other thing we do is that this system actually uses our landfill gas, so it's a waste to energy system. It takes the methane that comes naturally from the landfill and actually reuses it, and we get to evaporate that material with it, which saves us a significant cost. To give you an idea, by using methane, there's no additional cost for it. If we had to use natural gas, it would add about a cost of about 22 cents a gallon to evaporate leachate. So it's a huge savings. So the other thing is people always wonder, well, what's happening with that waste? Well, I'll show you the system a little bit here in a second, but 99% of the particulates that are in the leachate stay in the landfill with this. So you've all heard about PFAS, right? PFAS is some of the latest and greatest things that they're talking about and how to deal with it. Well, PFAS, the way the system is designed, is actually kept in the residual that comes from the leachate, from the evaporation system, is collected and goes back into the landfill, which is the way that it's going to ultimately want to be maintained. That's what they're talking about now. But I want to make you understand what less than 1% means. So nanograms are the measurement they use, and we are in the plume that comes out of the landfill. There's 0.0050 zeros and a 2 of the material that comes out. So it's like 2 billionths of particulates that are going in outside of the landfill through the system. So it's almost 100%. It's so close, it's not even measurable. It's far below any air standards or air quality standards. These materials have been tested in other states like Michigan and Texas, Wisconsin, to name a few, so that we know that plume has virtually got nothing in it. So it's, again, everything's staying right there in the landfill. So this is great for an environmental standpoint. As I mentioned, it saves a lot of money. We're currently saving about $270,000 a year in the operating costs, and we eliminate future permitting issues with AWU. And I want to talk to you about the design a little bit. So when we built this, we designed it to immediately handle about 10,000 gallons a day is what we wanted to manage. The system will ultimately do 20,000 gallons a day, which is about a little over 7 million a year. What happened is when we started doing this, we started collecting more methane. We added a gas line, and for the past 1.5 or 2 years, we've been recirculating some of that leachate back into the landfill. So it's actually increased the methane that's being produced. So we're actually increased our methane from a 30% to a 40%, which now means instead of just getting 10,000 gallons a day, when this system started in October, we're actually getting 22,350 gallons a day. So we're exceeding the expectation of the system, not only from what it was supposed to do, but what from we expected it to do. So it's absolutely phenomenal what's happening with it. It's been a really benefit for us. So this slide, of course, it's not going to work for me because there's an animation on here that you're not going to see, but I want to kind of describe, this helps you understand the system. So if you come tomorrow, you'll be able to see it working, but this will help you understand it. In the number 1 item here, that's the heat source where the gas flow comes into it. It then burns up and goes into what's called the heat transfer, that little pipe across the top. And then that goes into what number 4 is, which is the mist emitter. That mist eliminator, that is what keeps the PFAS in the system. The PFAS burns at a certain temperature. It's about 160 degrees. The mist eliminator keeps the temperature down so the PFAS won't actually evaporate. That's what keeps it into the system along with some of the other particulates. So it's all based on heat and heat transfer and water consumption, and it's just really an amazing system. The number 5 is the plume, we call it. That's what comes out, the exhaust. And that's, again, what I was saying, there's nothing coming out of there that's any particulate that's going into the atmosphere that's harmful to anyone. So it's a real huge, amazing benefit. A couple other projects we have going on, the glass pulverizer, we've talked about it a lot in the past. So far, VCRS, they have the system there. They've collected over 60,000 pounds of material in less than 60 days. That was about 3 weeks ago, so I know there's been more since then. Huge volume, is really well liked by the community, and we have some of the uses for it here. One of the things is that I like about it is the sand for the golf course. I happened to be talking to the guy at Settlers Bay, the general manager, and he said, we'd love to get that sand material. So I gave him a sample, and he actually showed us what we need to do to make the material better use for him. So we're working on some methods to get that to a better use. And he basically said, as much as you can get, I can use. Now, I don't know what that means yet, so we'll see. And I'm sure if one golf course can use it, then they all can. But there'll be other uses for it as well, as mentioned, for composting and sand and chips and driveways and so forth. We have our MSW cell for exemption. So MSW means municipal solid waste. That's the official name for trash in a landfill, so just so you understand that. We just completed construction October. The company that did it was amazing. They finished it in about 8 weeks. It was just phenomenal how quickly they were able to make this happen. And actually, we're getting more out of it than we expected. When we designed this, we expected we'd add 3.6 years of life. We're actually adding closer to 4.5. What that means is that by adding this time to the landfill, we have our capital expenses for things like opening and closing of cells, the buildings we build and so forth. All that comes out of the capital that is generated from revenue at the landfill. Well, this is actually saving us about $300,000 annually in capital expenses. It does that by spreading those costs out over a larger period of time, and therefore we don't have to collect as much annually. So when the fees come up, you'll see we looked at not raising them again, except on a couple things, but for the most part, they're not being raised again. Landfill, the new entrance, that's coming along beautifully. It's looking really good. It's near completion. Our next project that we're going to be asking about is a household hazardous waste building. Our building is about 1/3 of the size it needs to be, so we're hoping to get that developed. It'll be up at top and make it easy for residents to use. We'll be updating our commercial entrance soon in the near future, so once we get these things rolling, we'll see that coming out. The compost and recycling, we've talked about that a lot. We have our $3.5 million grant that funds all of this. I wanted to talk a little about the trucks and the equipment we're purchasing. As we mentioned, we're going to be doing some updates at Central Landfill, Big Lake, Talkeetna, and a little bit at Willow. I didn't mention that here, but there's a little bit happening at Willow as well. One of the biggest parts of this is you remember a few weeks back or a couple of months back, you guys approved a truck that we are purchasing, and that's coming along. Well, I want to help you understand the real benefit of that truck. And this compost, what's great is that $450,000 truck is being paid for out of a grant, so it's not costing us anything from the borough. In addition, we're getting most of the containers through this grant as well. So what this does, this is a picture I pulled from somewhere else. It shows a lineup of containers. This truck will go out and pick up multiple containers at multiple sites. So to give you an idea, right now, we take our truck, we go to each site, and we do between Big Lake, Willow, and Talkeetna, we make anywhere from about 8 to 13 trips a week to pull the trash and get it back to the landfill. This system takes that down to 2 or possibly 3 times a week because we can pick up all the sites at once versus just picking up a part of each site each time we visit. So it's a huge savings. It ends up saving us about $67,000 a year in hauling, and that's only for these 3 sites. If it works as well as we plan, we'll probably come back and ask for a second truck, and we'll want to add the rest of the sites to it because it's going to be a huge savings for us. So something to be looking for in the future. In addition, because of this compost grant, it gives us the opportunity to use the other containers for things like metal and brush, and hopefully expanding those programs at the sites and possibly even C&D, picking up construction demolition material at some of those sites. Something we'll be looking into over the coming months. The last thing I wanted to mention was the software program. So one of the big aspects of our new entrance is new software. We needed that in order to make an unattended kiosk lane. Right now, people come in, there's 2 transactions per car that comes into the site on the outbound lane, which ends up taking a lot of time to get people in and out. This new software eliminates that, but not only does it, so it makes it easier for customers, it also makes it easier for staffing, it makes it easier for reporting, it makes it easier to send billing. I mean, it's just a huge win. We signed the contract recently, so that's all in play. as we get that developed, we'll build those unattended kiosk lanes. There's a couple of hurdles we have to get through to make that happen, but at the end of the day, it's just a huge benefit for us and something we're really looking forward to get as well. So as you can see, we have a lot of things going on, a lot of exciting programs, and a lot of things that I'm thankful that you guys have helped us to participate in and made happen for us. It's been really terrific, and I think we're not only doing something right now for the landfill, I mean, this is for the community and for the benefit of everyone. These buildings we're building, the things we're doing, these are 50-year programs. These aren't something small. We plan 15 years in advance. I've got layouts of what we're going to be doing in the next 15 years. I don't know how we'll do them all or how, how they'll all happen, but that we have to plan that far in advance because it takes that much to operate a landfill. So thank you for your participation, help in that. We think we were doing a good job, and we're going to continue to keep trying to do that. So with that, if you have any questions, I'll answer those.
Not related to what you said, but in the summer I took advantage helping my dad getting some of the yard, being a mechanic, and he had to move a lot of scrap metal, and it was good to know that there was a that we have that free metal drop off. Most people that I talk to, they don't know about it, or maybe they know very little. I just wanted you to ask you, give us a brief summary how that program is going, and what's the proper way for people if they do want to get rid of the scrap metal, so that what is accepted, what is not, whether tires and rims. There's a lot of little things that go on, but I think if you share this with us right now and the people who can hear it later, this would be a good information for us to know.
Yeah, great. So we do accept scrap metal for free from residents. The idea is they bring it to the landfill like anything else. They take it in and they'll dispose of it in our pile right now. When we get to our new entrance, that'll improve a little bit. Anything metal. So it can be lawnmowers, it can be white goods, things like washers and dryers. It can be refrigerators ultimately will go there, but there's a problem with the condenser and the things that have to come out of it first. But anything metal related that's mostly metal, barbecues are another one that come in a lot. Since we've started accepting free material, I don't have a total volume off the top of my head, but it has significantly increased. In fact, if you ever go to the landfill and see the pile of metal, it never gets smaller, just to give you an idea. And yet we have a contractor that's there 5 days a week trying to get rid of it and take it away for, that they take it to somewhere. We actually make a little bit of money on the back end of it. We get about $15 a ton for what we collect, which is why we're able to accept it for free. We still have a little bit of involvement pushing it and moving it around, but for the most part, there's not a huge cost for us in that. So that's why we're able to accept it for free at this point. So all people have to do is bring it with their trash, separate it. It's better if they bring a separate load of metal because then it's easy to get in and out. If they bring a mixed load, it's hard for us to distinguish what's supposed to be free and what's not. So we ask people to try to bring it separately, and if they can't, then we do our best to try to help them out with that. But they can make 2 trips in the line and that sort of thing to get their free component of that. So it's a really good program for people.
Thank you so much, and that is helpful.
Yeah, Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
I just wanted to follow up on that question. Is there a spot on the website or a flyer or anything that we as assembly members can point people to for, like quickly what they can bring and what they can't, like with scrap metal or brush or things like that?
Yeah. So actually, we updated the website about a year ago, and it's pretty well defined for information of what's what and where it goes to at the landfill. We'll have to do some updating as we move to the new area up on top. But it's also pretty explanatory on what's free, what's not, what kind of things they can bring, and that sort of thing. So we do our best to keep. So our website just solid waste. I think it's just solid.waste. I have to look. I'll tell you what. I'll look in. It's on your slide. Thank you so much. It's on the slide. How about solidwaste.matsu.us? Matsu.us. There you go. Good.
Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
It sounds like you're doing great things, and I'm an avid recycler, and I brought it into the school system, and that's one of the things that I'm really glad that I was able to do. But let me ask you, and this glass thing is great. What about tires? There was a guy here in the valley some years ago, and he actually got the tires and ground them up, and he sold them to the military bases to make, put around that thing where you don't want the bugs and stuff to get into your trees, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
And also they put it into the roads. They kind of took it in the rubber tire things and ground them up and put them into the road bases. Do you do anything with? Where are we with that? And the other thing was construction materials. So, but 2 different questions.
Yeah, so tires are a challenge. We get a lot of them. We do separate them, and we actually do shred them down into smaller pieces. The only thing we've been able to use them for up to now is for under pipes that we put in the landfill, like the gas lines I mentioned. We put them in there for cushioning. So when as the cell settles, the pipes can last longer inside the cell. The ideas you're talking about are very possible. The problem you have is you got steel in each of the tires. They're all radial tires nowadays. There's very few that aren't. So you have to separate the steel from the rubber. We don't have the ability to do that. I have looked into it to see if there's a place we could ship it to and do it. There's nothing in Alaska, of course.
Yeah.
No surprise there, right? But we can ship it. The only place I found was in, I think it was Michigan, that could do it, and they could actually take the tires, but the cost was absolutely exorbitant to do, so it really wasn't worthwhile. So we shred what we can and use what we can. We had a recent issue where we needed to put some in the C&D cell to mitigate any of the higher peaks that were kind of more, would say they're not as, maybe not as big as they should be, so we're trying to do an impact to keep people away from the side of the cell of the landfill there. So we've used some whole tires there, but for the most part, we're shredding them. We're reusing them. What we can't reuse, as a shredded material goes into the landfill and actually still at least save space.
Yeah.
That's
So
all we
how
can do.
about putting them in the road, into the thing that makes the roads? How come that can't?
Yeah, you
What-
can
how's
do,
it-
it's the same problem. You have to
With the roots
separate the
too.
metal from
Oh.
it. If you could use it. There's also, they make little chips out of them and use them in parks and landfills, and they use them on trails for parks, park trails sort of thing. But our problem is we can't get the metal separated. We
Yeah.
don't have the ability to do that.
And then the second thing was, used to be you could go to the landfill and construction guys would bring their stuff they didn't need, but that was still in really good shape, and you just cart it home. I know a guy who built the most amazing greenhouse I've ever seen out of stuff from the landfill. Is that open to the public now? Is that?
Yeah, not yet. So we're working on trying to get a bigger reuse center, and I'm hopeful that, one of the things I'd like to, kind of envisioning is that maybe once we move the hazardous waste section out, we can use that part of the building for reuse and perhaps get it run it differently so we can put more material in there. So there's a lot to come with that. We're looking at some different ways to do it. We try to save as much as we can, but we still have a program, we still right now under permit are not allowed to salvage from the landfill.
Yeah.
If we develop a reuse system, then I can change the permit to allow us to pull material out and actually use it. So right now, if we see, say, a Spenard builder coming in with a load of drywall, we tell them to go down to, Matzo Valley Rebuild, and they'll take the material and reuse it. So that's what we try to do for the time being, but we encourage people to do that as much as we can, and that's the best we can do right now. We do have a little bit of reuse for some things like paints and so forth, but from building materials, we don't have a way to do that at this point.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Any further questions or comments by the assembly? Okay. All righty, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
See you in the morning. Is that all you have? Okay. Mr. Attorney, do you have a report?
I do have a brief report.
Okay.
So I just want to update the assembly very briefly. Last year, about a year ago, November 20th, the Borough BOA reversed the Planning Commission on an application for a marijuana store. It's Shoreline Cannabis. It's on the Palmer-Wasilla Highway, kind of other side from Schwabenhof, if anybody knows where that is. The issue in that case was whether or not it was within 1,000 feet of a school. And the Planning Commission, initially, staff had recommended approval because they had overlooked the fact, or the GIS mapping didn't catch the fact that the Connect Charter School is right there. And so it is within 1,000 feet of a school. So the Planning Commission denied it. The BOA reversed, and the reason the BOA reversed was they said, well, the entity that formed, the business entity, formed in 2020. They didn't sign their lease until a couple of years later and didn't start doing business actually till well after that, but they said they were quote unquote established as of the date of incorporation. We filed an appeal into court challenging that determination, and just about a month ago, the court ruled in our favor, that is the Borough Attorney's Office, saying, no, that's not the correct date to look at, and the Connect Charter School was there, and therefore the application has to be denied. So two updates. One is the Superior Court ruled in our favor. However, just last Friday, we got notice of appeal to the Supreme Court. So we'll continue to litigate it. If anybody wants more details in terms of who established what when and when all the applications were submitted and who approved what when, both for the charter school and the entity that wants to operate a marijuana business, come see me. I can fill you in. I can give you the opinions, all that stuff. So that's all I have.
Ready? Ready, thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, report.
The clerk's report is in your red folder with the upcoming meeting schedule and the quasi judicial report, and that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. The next item on our agenda is citizens and other correspondence. Are there any comments on the citizens and other correspondence? Okay, seeing and hearing none. Madam Clerk?
I am 25-173, reporting conclusion of contract 25046C with Northern Asphalt Construction for a total contract amount of $502,181.20 for the Welch Way Emergency Repair Project. I am 25-239, notifying the Assembly of the submission of a grant application in the amount of $51,580 to the American Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals to assist the shelter for expanding access to preventative veterinary services in underserved borough communities. I am 25-241, informing the Assembly of the manager's signature on an electronic submittal of a Department of Emergency Services grant application for the Leary Firefighters Foundation Jeremiah Lucy Grant Program, requesting the purchase and delivery of 2 compact methane gas leak detectors.
Okay, are there any comments on the IMs? Okay, hearing none, and they are presented. The next item on our agenda under special orders is audience participation, and we do have a sign-up sheet. So we'll go to the people first that have signed up, and then we'll open it to the general public that's here, and then we'll also ask for the people that's online. So, Kenda, Holling? Huling, I guess it is, right?
When you get to the mic, if I can get you to press the button in the middle to turn it on, and then you can just leave it on. Up at the top. There you go. Thank you.
I'm Kenda Hewling, and it's been brought to my attention that during the tax foreclosure auctions, you have people that bid on it, and they have been behind on their taxes before, and I understand that they can't bid on things that they personally were behind on their taxes. And I think an easy way to eliminate that, since these people also just go out and start a new corporation, is to say if they've been behind, their corporation's been behind, or their designated administrator or whoever that's doing the bidding for the corporation, if any of them have been behind, that they shouldn't be able to bid, because some of these people are letting them go back to the borough, and you're having to pay twice to get them set back up into the system. And it doesn't make sense to me to have to have a turnover all the time just because they decide, oh, it wasn't worth me paying it for what I bought it for. I think I'll just let it go back, and then you're doing the process twice. So if you change the wording to say if they've been behind, if the corporation's ever been behind, or their authorized agents ever been behind, you'd eliminate that problem.
Okay, thank you. What is it, Randy?
Randy Perlman.
Randy Perlman? Yeah, hi.
Good evening. I have a lot to say, so I'm going to speak in my New York speed. Hopefully you'll understand. Words on the inside of the recent Matsu Borough election brochure talk about the integrity of our elections, the accountability of our elected officials, and the resilience of our communities all depend on our willingness to stand up for our freedoms. At the top of that same page is a memoriam to Charlie Kirk and other victims of political violence. This guide is supposed to be nonpartisan, designed to provide election information to voters. Page 4 clearly states that electioneering is prohibited in or near the polls. Memorializing one person lost to political violence but not another makes it seem as though electioneering is permitted inside this brochure. Nobody deserves to be murdered for what they say or believe. We are all entitled to our dearly held beliefs. The cowardly act of political violence is unacceptable against anyone, regardless of party. But surely the Matsu Borough Assembly could not have forgotten the equally horrific murders of Minnesota Representative Melissa Hortman, her husband Mark, and their dog, each shot multiple times in their own home by an evil, politically motivated intruder disguised as a police officer. This heinous crime occurred just 5 months ago on June 14th. The Hortmans' two grieving children, Sophie and Colin, made the deeply painful decision to put their golden retriever Gilbert to sleep due to his serious wounds. Melissa Hortman was an elected official in Minnesota for 20 years, becoming Speaker of the House in 2019. For over 2 decades, she served her constituents with policies on environmental protection, clean energy, and education, issues dear to her heart. She was respected on both sides of the aisle, becoming the first woman to receive the high honor of lying in state in the Minnesota Capitol Rotunda, alongside her husband Mark and Gilbert, who received a hero's farewell by becoming the first animal to ever lie in state. Valley voters are a diverse group from all walks of life and many different political, religious, racial, and sexual beliefs who do not all think alike. We value the equity and inclusion of all individuals and look to the leaders that we, the people, elected to the Assembly to make thoughtful, fair decisions and to seek public comment where warranted. When a decision about placing a political message in an election guide was made, we, the people, deserve the right to public comment. However, that was denied us even though we, the taxpayers, fund that election guide. As officials elected by Valley voters to occupy the seats at the front of this room, you, our Assembly members, have an obligation to represent all of us without playing partisan politics. An election brochure is no place for a political statement. The Assembly squandered a perfect opportunity to bridge the gap of divisiveness among us and help unite us by doing the right thing and either recognizing the politically motivated death of an elected official from a different party or by not mentioning any specific names and memorializing all victims of political violence. These words also come from the election brochure. In honoring those who have fallen, regardless of background, belief, or political persuasion, we reaffirm our commitment to civil dialogue, peaceful engagement, and the right of every citizen to speak their truth without fear or reprisal. Shame on you, Assembly members. You owe your constituents an apology. Your decision was unjust, un-American, and just plain wrong. I have lived in the Mat-Su borough for 30 years and been proud to live in such a giving, caring, supportive community most of the time. But what kind of people have we become if we choose to only remember and mourn victims on one side of the aisle and not the other? That's not the kind of community I want to live in. The Valley is better than that, and we expect and deserve better from our elected leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Elijah Hills? Is that what you'd say that is?
Hilks.
Is there Elijah in here? Okay, we'll come back then. Nancy?
Good evening. My name's Nancy Bertels, and I live in Sutton. Boards and commissions in the Mat-Su Borough have typically had a hard time finding and retaining members. Mayor DeVries has been successful at filling many of these empty seats. With the current perceived controversy over libraries, there's been an abundance of applicants to serve on the library board. On the November 18th vacancy report, Mayor DeVries is recommending that Julie Endel fill the Sutton seat. While I know that Julie Endel had ties to Sutton as a child, she no longer resides there, although she does live within District 1, and she has no connections to the Sutton Public Library. Kathy Kaiser is our current representative on the library board and has filed an application for reappointment to the Sutton seat. Kathy is actively involved in our library, our local friends group, and her support for our community and library. She currently serves as vice president of the Mat-Su Library Board and is president of our local Friends of the Library Group. With the current applicants to the board, there is an available at-large seat. I would like to suggest that Ms. Endel be appointed to the at-large seat and Kathy Kaiser be reappointed to the Sutton seat. As a member of the Sutton Library community, I can say that Kathy is appreciated for her energy and support of our library. While Ms. Kaiser may not be on the same page as the mayor about many things, she has shown herself to be a tireless library advocate and represents many people's opinions and concerns. We live in a democratic society where all sides deserve to be heard, even when you do not agree with them. Ralph Waldo Emerson said, "What you do speaks so loudly, sometimes I cannot hear what you are saying. Please do the right thing. allow Kathy Kaiser to retain her seat as the Sutton representative, and appoint Miss Endel to the remaining at-large seat on the Mat-Su Borough Library Board. Additionally, I'd like to thank Tim Hale for his representation as our assembly person. He's done a fine job, and he's always listened to our concerns for our community. Thanks, Tim.
Jackie?
Good evening, Mayor and Assembly members. My name is Jackie Goforth. Today at the Mat-Su Library Board meeting, I presented them with what obscenity is defined as. It is illegal to put obscenity in a library, and it's not because it's not protected under the First Amendment. This is from Cornell University. And I got it through an AI engine on DuckDuckGo, which is fairly non-biased. Now, if you look at the library board minutes for today, the first 19 pages are all a dissertation from Kathy Kaiser on the challenged books that the library board did not want to purchase. And what they are is generated by Microsoft's biased artificial intelligence engine called Copilot. So if you put in something into a search engine on an artificial intelligence and say, I need all the favorable reasons for this, if it's a biased one, you're going to get advanced intelligence drivel. Absolute drivel. And the reason why I say this is, she says that one of these movies that's challenged is a TVMA. It's a TVMA, which is an X rating. It would be NC-17. The library purchased that. And it was challenged by the library board members, but they were overvoted. So it has also been challenged in the LCAC, because we don't have an X-rated department in the libraries. Obscenity is not protected, and why would you put male frontal nudity movies in a library for children to check out? For anyone to check out. Now, if people want to buy that, and they want to see that, and they want to entertain themselves with it, they should be allowed to, of course. We're the United States of America, but the taxpayers should not be funding it. We shouldn't. Not through the library. So I want to know why Kathy Kaiser got the first 20 pages, 19 pages of the library board minutes to put in her dissertation when the person who challenged this didn't get the same benefit of having the reasons why they were challenged. Because the reasons why they were challenged is because they were obscene, and not one word in that entire AI drivel had anything about obscenity. The reason they're challenged is because they're obscene, and obscenity is not protected under the First Amendment, and the taxpayers should not have to pay for it to be in our libraries. And children should not have the ability to check it out because librarians will not stop them from doing it. That's why the LCAC was created, and that's what the library board looks at these books for. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate how strong the borough has been on this matter. Thank you for protecting our children and our public. Thank you.
Robert, let me see, Kenny, so
Kinnerson.
Henderson, Robert Henderson, Robert?
I didn't even know I signed up for this. That's funny. I don't come very often. I feel woefully unprepared, but what I was going to bring up was the MSB 17.77 on the large lot redistricting that the district member Hale brought up. So, how do I start? So I'm from here, right? I'm from Talkeetna originally. Moved to Palmer 54 years ago. So I've been around. I've been building roads here in the valley for 43 years. Mostly subdivisions, starting out with Inlet View subdivision out on Goose Bay. And all the way up through Talkeetna, Sutton, Palmer, Dubuque. I built hundreds of subdivisions and started doing my own developments about 10 years ago. So what I would like to say about this, I don't know if it's legislation, is that right, that you're bringing forward. I feel that it really restricts people from developing their own property. I've done lots of subdivisions, built Mount Glory Heights, Archangel Height or Archangel Ridge. For just an example of subdivisions I've done in the last few years, done almost actually all of Jess Hall's subdivisions. Did all Howdy's work for 25 years. And I have been seen both sides of the story. My grandfather subdivided his subdivision in Talkeetna to save the family lodge for various reasons, and it did. And the people in Talkeetna at that time were pretty up in arms about a subdivision that was 5 acres. And so homesteaders from around were totally against it, you know, and then so it just goes on from there. People, you know, I don't want this in my backyard, but we have supplied so many homes for so many people. And I've seen probably tens of thousands of homes brought into the subdivision, into the Mat-Su Valley. And the work that it brings, you know, you got all the contractors that build the roads, they build the houses, you got Spenard Builders, you got just, it's, and it goes on and on and on. Every business in this valley is affected by residential home building because we're a bedroom community. That's, for a long time, that's all there was. There wasn't any other businesses. And I own land across the valley, and it's taken me a lot of years to build up there. So anyway, I'm sorry about being unprepared, but you get my point, right? Thank you.
Thank you. James Mills. James Mills?
He doesn't want to do it right
Do it now. You want to do it the second audience? Okay. Ready, so that takes care of our assignment and the sign-up sheet. Anybody else would like to address the assembly on any subject, whether it's on the agenda or not?
My name's Owen Dix. I'm a Mat-Su Borough resident and a local land surveyor, and I'm here to speak in opposition to Ordinance 2590, Large Lot District. And I would just point to the Planning Commission resolution. It seems to make sense to me. The reasons they pointed out why they would recommend failure of this motion. And you may think, since I'm a land surveyor, that it's personal gain motivated, but it's more of a less government regulation motivation of what you can do with your land. And then to have only 67% of your neighbors be against you seems a little bit too much control. I think we have a good plating regulation standard, and we're fortunate to live in an area where people want to move to, and we need housing. And people I know are constantly looking for land to subdivide, to build more housing for people to buy to move here. So. And one other brief thing, just thank you all for serving, but it was a little frustrating seeing the removal of the water body setback ordinance. I deal with a lot of clients who have an issue where they bought a property they didn't know, and now they're kind of in limbo. It seemed that this was going to move towards solving that, and to see it removed and so, you know, kick the can down the road, a little frustrating, but thank you still for serving.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Anyone else who would like to address the assembly? Yes.
Good evening, members of the assembly. My name is Kelly Allen. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Mat-Su Disc Golf Association. My last name is spelled A-L-L-E-N. The Matsu Disc Golf Association would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Assembly for your generous support and funding the development of a new disc golf course at Alcantara Sports Complex and for the much-needed improvements to our beloved older course. The new course is now fully constructed and the finishing touches are being completed by the Borough Saw crew, who so far are doing a great job. We would like to give special recognition to Assemblymember Fonoff, whose leadership made this possible. He not only made the original motions to include funding in the borough budget, he also joined us out in the field. He personally brought his own excavator and worked for 12 hours on a Saturday helping us build the tee pads for the course. That kind of dedication goes far beyond words. It's a true example of public service in action. So we appreciate that. To honor his extraordinary support, we are presenting Assemblymember Fonoff with the Golden Disc. It's our version of the key to the city, or in this case, the key to the course. Along with it comes a lifetime membership with the Matsu Disc Golf Association and our deepest appreciation for all he has done to champion disc golf in the Valley. On behalf of the MSDGA, thank you for your continuing support, for continuing to support recreational opportunities that strengthen our community and bring people together through healthy outdoor activity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the organization.
Appreciate you.
Anyone else?
Hello, I'm Karen Crandall, and I'm representing the Big Lake community. And I'm really excited about that disc golf because we want that at our Jordan Lake Park, right? So we're going to design a course for that. That's in the plan for developing sports. But I just wanted to put in a little blurb for the Big Lake Library. What I decided to do as a Big Lake board member to submit names of authors to the librarian. And out of the 20 names that I submitted, she took probably about 6 of the names and ordered books from those authors, which were actually Christian authors. And so she has 17 books that she's ordered. And it's just amazing. I'm very thankful that she's put in children's books, young adult, and adult books that are very, they're not something that we've been having all this controversy and having to have these committees to try to get rid of the bad books. So I'm just very thankful for the Big Lake Library, and I encourage everyone here, if you have books that you really want to have put into the libraries, talk to your librarian, because they do want to listen to the public. They want to listen to families. They want to listen to know what types of books that people are interested in. So instead of tearing each other apart, I think we need to think about creative ways to submit good material. And I'm very pleased to say that the Big Lake Library listened.
Thank you. Thanks. Anybody else? Yeah, come.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mr. Manager, members of the Assembly. So I just wanted to, I was going to hold off till the end, but.
Your name?
Oh, sorry, I'm Michael Bowles. I just wanted to address the vacancy list and just extend my support and my endorsement for Julie Endel. She is an outstanding member of the community. She has absolute ties to Sutton. Her mom lived in Checkaloon until her death just a couple of years ago. We've known her for well over 15 years now. Outstanding member of the community. She loves this state. She loves this country. Just a great person. Speaking towards the other person, while campaigning, I spent a lot of time in Sutton campaigning, and one of the bigger concerns was Ms. Kaiser on the library board. She's controversial. My understanding is she pushes Marxist ideology, which is antithetical to the Alaska and United States Constitution. So I would ask that the members of the Assembly please consider this. We need people that love our country. We need people that love our state in these positions. I will be the Assemblyman for District 1. Sutton is in District 1. Julie Endel lives in District 1. So I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to address the Assembly on any matter, whether it's on the agenda or not? Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Monica Busek. I've been a resident in this borough since 1999. And I just have just a few words to say, and that is, please leave partisanship out of election pamphlets. That is one thing that appears to me kind of a no-brainer, and the fact that it got in there was probably an oversight, I hope. And secondly, please don't allow a few outliers to define for the rest of us what obscenity is, regardless of how loud their voices are and how many times they repeat the very same thing over and over again. Their definition is not the definition. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, do we have any? Oh, we do. Okay, go ahead. Whoever's first on the line.
Hi, my name is Elijah Miller. I own Matt Valley Reynolds, a real estate brokerage here in town. I recently purchased a property off of Bogart's 2347 East Bogart. We completely gutted and rehabbed the property and are in the process of trying to refinance it. And our lot is considered non-conforming, but it was built after the grandfather clause of, I guess, 1993. I was under the impression that the borough had a motion at some point in the last year to extend that grandfather clause, and I would like to see if we could get that pushed through, if there's an option for it. We're unable to do anything with our property as far as getting a driveway permit, a multifamily permit, or even refinance the property, anything at all, until this is something that is granted. We purchased the property not realizing that this was the case, and are trying to, fix the situation. But I mean, the property is occupied. We'd have to, essentially kick someone out and tear down half the building to fall within the correct setbacks. So I'm just wondering if that's something that the borough is able to take a look at and potentially give us the option to, receive a non-conforming permit. And I was told this is the place to talk about that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person who's online, please.
Hi, my name is Lynn Fuller. I'm in District 1, and thank you for the opportunity to comment this evening. I'd like to speak to two different ordinances. One, I support the ordinance regarding large lots and urge the Assembly to vote in favor. The minimum lot size allows borough residents some control of the character of their neighborhood, and there are not a lot of other opportunities to do that within borough code. I don't see any downsides to this ordinance. Property owners would need to create districts with criteria in order for this to take place. And existing owners of lots smaller than 5 acres would be grandfathered in. A couple of other speakers spoke this evening about the need for housing and the rights of property owners to do as they want, which I hear and respect that opinion, but I'd like the Assembly also to consider that what one property owner does also affects or may affect neighbors, which is why the borough has various plans to try and balance out the different needs of residents. So I think having this ordinance, which allows for large lots but asks that members of the community request a district, kind of strikes the right balance. Second item is the brochure for elections, and I want to thank Assemblymember Hale for sponsoring this. I've already submitted written testimony about this. The Assembly has heard a lot about this. In short, there should be no partisan wording, whether a memoriam or not, anywhere near a polling place, the same way there shouldn't be anywhere near an election brochure. I think if Assembly members just made a mistake and they didn't perceive that a memorial to Charlie Kirk was partisan, many other people did. So just keep it really simple and clean and leave all that stuff out. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. The next person that's online, please.
My name is Kathy Kaiser, K-Y-S-A-R. Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, thank you for the opportunity to speak. First, I'd like to point out that Mr. Bowles, who spoke earlier, has not been to a Borough Library Board meeting or a Friends of the Sutton Library meeting in at least the last 3 years since I've been serving on both. The decisions on the vacancy report are about more than filling seats. They're about maintaining community trust and integrity in how appointments are made. Our residents expect these processes to be fair, transparent, and based on qualifications that serve the public good. I'm here today regarding the Sutton representative position on the Mat-Su Borough Library Board. I submitted my application for reappointment on October 1st as my current term expires December 31st. I served a partial term of less than 2 years, and when I turned in my application to the clerk, I was told that a clerical error had been made regarding the date of the term expiration, so the next Sutton term would only be for 2 years in order to get it back on track. So my potential term length has decreased from 6 to 4 years. However, I have been and will continue to be deeply committed to supporting our libraries. Recently, there's been confusion surrounding another application for the Sutton Board position. That applicant originally applied for the at-large position, and the application was processed for that role. However, after the submission, the position was changed to Sutton, despite the applicant confirming to the clerk's office that the intent was to apply for at-large. This change was made after communication from the mayor's office, and the application now shows handwriting over a white-out altering the position. This new applicant doesn't even live in Sutton. She lives in Palmer. Beyond the procedural concerns, I want to emphasize qualifications. The other application lists no library experience or usage. As president of the Friends of the Sutton Library for over 3 years and a current library board member, I have extensive involvement in library operations and advocacy. I've served as secretary and vice chair on the board and was recently reelected to those leadership roles because of my experience and dedication. Our libraries are vital community resources, and the Sutton representative should reflect deep engagement with those resources. Proper protocol exists to ensure fairness and transparency in appointments. And equity means valuing the contributions of those who have already demonstrated commitment and service. Replacing an experienced, active member with someone who has no record of library involvement and does not even live in Sutton would not serve the best interests of the Sutton community or the borough as a whole. I respectfully ask that you uphold these principles of fairness, equity, and continuity when making this decision. Doing so reinforces trust in this process and ensures that our libraries remain strong and well supported. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Mm-hmm. And does that take care of everybody online? Okay. So we'll come back to the audience here. Anyone like to address the assembly on any issue? Okay. So we'll go ahead and close the audience participation. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 25066, an ordinance amending MSB 1723, Port McKenzie Special Use District, repealing the port development permit and associated standards. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
We do not have a sign-up sheet, I guess. Huh? Okay, I'll open the public hearing on ordinance 25-066. And if you want to testify at this time, it has to pertain to that ordinance. Anyone like to give some input to the assembly on that ordinance? Do we have anybody online, sir? We do not. Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing. Assemblyperson Gamble.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance 25-066 and would like to speak to it.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, all this ordinance does is remove redundant permitting process in the Port District and is streamlining the process for those that want to develop in the port. Thank you.
Discussion by the Assembly. Yes, Assemblyperson Hale, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So what is the process now and what would the process be afterwards, if I could ask either the maker of the motion or the staff?
All right, through the mayor to Mr. Hale. So as Mr. Gamble alluded to, there are multiple processes within the Port District. And so if you're going to do a larger development in the Port District, it is likely going to require a lease, and more times than not. And so we also have a process for public noticing and an evaluation process, staff report, and assembly approval for that. So this adds an administrative permit on top of that. And so we're already going to go through that. It's not going to remove the public process. It's certainly not going to remove assembly approval. That's going to be required for anything that requires lease approval. And we've had staff, we had another question, or had a question from another assembly member, and they went back and looked at, because this is borough-owned land, there are at least 3 or 4 different places in code where there is already a defined process outside of this that apply to borough-owned land, as well as the policy and procedure manual for land management, Land and Resource Management Division.
Okay. Other questions? Is there any objection to passing ordinance 25-066? Okay, hearing no objection, then the legislation passes. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2589, an ordinance amending MSB 1717, Denali State Park Special Land Use District by eliminating a provision that allows the special use district boundary to change automatically when the boundary of Denali State Park changes. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 25-089. Anyone would like to testify? And this testimony at this time should just pertain to this ordinance. Do we have anybody online, sir? We do not. Anybody else? Okay, we will close the public hearing. And Deputy Mayor?
I move to adopt ordinance 25-089.
Okay. Discussion or questions? Yes, Assemblyperson Hale.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Question for staff. How often has the boundary of Denali State Park changed? Zero is the answer. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Further questions? Okay. Is there any objection to the passing of the legislation of ordinance 25-089? Hearing no objection, then the legislation passes. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2590, an ordinance adopting MSB 17.77, large lot district. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Well, we do have a sign-up sheet. Okay. So we will open the public hearing on ordinance 25-090, and I will, as before, call on the people that have signed up, and then we will, of course, have opportunity for anybody that didn't sign up that wants to. Ron Johnson?
Madam Mayor, Manager Brown, and Assembly members and staff, my name is Ron Johnson. I live in Borough District 1, and my community is Butte. I rise to speak against passing 090. 2 objections. Number 1, I see that the Planning Commission has recommended that this fail. That's a pretty good indication. This is why we have a Planning Commission, to study these issues. But I further have an objection to 090 for the fact that it limits what a man can do with his property. Now, sure, if a group of people come together and they they form a subdivision and they say, we would like to have 5-acre lots. I happen to live in a subdivision of 5 acres or slightly less. But here's the problem I see with that. What happens if that lot sells within that subdivision 10, 15, 20 years down the road? And the next property owner would like to do something with their property. They're limited. And I have objections. I have a problem with the borough telling a person what they can and cannot do with their property. So based upon that, and the planning commission's doesn't support this, I urge the assembly to turn this down. Thank you.
Thank you. Davis Miller? Oh, David, I'm sorry. I thought, well, maybe you did have a name I didn't know about.
I guess my penmanship could do a little improving. Madam Mayor, Assembly, staff, thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to speak here. I appreciate that. I kind of am jealous of Dimitri's golden frisbee over there, but we'll take that up later. Good work. That's awesome. And I do want to thank our Assemblyman, Tim Hale, in District 1. I live in the Butte. And I rise today to speak in complete opposition to his proposal, and there are many reasons for that. But first of all, I would just want to give a little bit of background. I have served in this community in various ways. One of which was I sat with a task force, one of which really came together well. And I personally donated over 120 hours of time in the rewrite of the subdivision construction manual that was passed in 2022, along with hundreds of combined hours with other professionals in this community. And in that work, we worked closely with staff. We worked with the then assembly, and it passed in complete unanimity. And it was very favorable for the community. We've seen improvements in subdivisions across the board. And then another applicable point here is I've served as the president of the Mat-Su Home Builders Association, and I've also served as the president of the Alaska State Home Builders Association. I've traveled throughout the state from Fairbanks to Ketchikan and everywhere in between, recognizing and looking at the issues that there are in housing. I'm here to just say straight up, with unmixed words, Tim, that this is very poor policy, and you've done a lot of great work, but this is not one. And I want you to know that we, as a building community, have come together to oppose this, and also anybody that represents really the best interests of our community, I hope would support our opposition to this, because it is fraught with problems. It is fraught with ambiguities, and several of the clauses that are in the ordinance will create so much confusion going forward. Not that we look to Anchorage in any way, shape, or form as a model, but they just had to go through a major housing and land use kind of restructuring because of things that this would kind of point to or create. One other point that I do want to make is the very important notion, and then I'll close with this. CC&Rs are a way to regulate the use of land in a very effective manner. You could accomplish a lot of these hopes with that realm, and then that retains property rights within the community, and I will close with that, but I want to make it very clear that this is not the right direction, and thank you for your time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Kurt Heller?
That's Kurt Holler, but I'll go with hello. So, Madam Mayor and all the staff and assembly members, hello. So I work as a civil engineer. I support a lot of these development projects, whether they have little lots or big lots. I'd love to live in a world where we had no development pressure and we all lived on 5-acre lots happily. That'd be great. That's not our world. And that development pressure, it's not a person, it's not an entity, it's just a thing, and it's huge and it's constant. And that's the thing that's driving all this. What happens if you don't, so it costs roughly 5 times as much money to make a 5-acre lot per lot as it does to make 5 1-acre lots. It's something like 4 or 5 times. Because you have to have 5 times the length of utilities, 5 times the length of road to get to that lot. And then when you go to, if you're doing this to make money, you're not going to make any money. So if you're a mom and pop operation and you want to split off a lot, and this happens all the time, mom and pop own 10, 15 acres and they want to give a lot to each of their 3 kids. Well, the bare fact that we have to do 5 acres means you're going to be building a road and not stuck on the frontage that you already have. So that makes it really tough. I got a person right now that's trying to do a 2-acre lot on a 10-acre or 9.9 acres, and this would potentially just flatten that. And that person's kid would wind up renting an apartment instead of owning a house. So when you go to get a loan to build a house, the size of the lot matters. The percentage of the loan that's for the house has to be below a certain, or sorry, the lot can't be over a certain threshold. So if you have a 5-acre lot, and lot prices are really high because they had to be to make 5-acre lots, they cost 5 times as much to make, so they cost more. Suddenly, you can't build a starter house on a 5-acre lot. It's just mathematically not going to happen if you need a loan. So other people are going to talk and tell you a bunch of other reasons why this is not good policy. And I have got no skin in the game. I make the same amount of money, whether it's little lots or big lots, but I do have to listen to all the stories of my clients that are developers, whether they're doing this professionally or as a landowner in their family. Questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Jerry Hutt. Hupp. Is that H-U-P-P?
Jerry or Jenny Hupp.
Jerry or Jenny Hupp?
Must be
Hupp?
Jerry.
Oh, okay, must be Jerry.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's Sherry Hupp, H-U-P-P, and I live on Lazy Mountain, and I do support 25090, the large lot district. This costs the borough no money, and it imposes no limits on high-density housing where it's appropriate. What it does do is establish a process that enables people that live in less densely populated areas of the valley to have a means to preserve the rural character of their neighborhoods. It puts decisions about a neighborhood in the hands of people that live there, which is where that decision belongs. Lazy Mountain's a good example of where this ordinance could be applied. The Lazy Mountain Comprehensive Plan emphasizes maintaining the rural character of the area. Also, because of high water tables and poor drainage on Lazy Mountain, much of the area is unsuited to small lots. Many of us that live on Lazy live there because it offers privacy and space. We want to maintain that, and we want to protect our wells and septic fields from inappropriate development. There's a lot of support in our neighborhood for maintaining larger lots. The ordinance requires that at least 67% of the people that live in a proposed large lot district support it. That's a high bar, and maybe one that's open to discussion. Now, you've heard that this ordinance would limit property rights. I get that. I'm sympathetic to that argument. But what I've seen of development in our neighborhood is that there's very little in platting code that protects adjoining properties from inappropriate development. And what this ordinance does is at least provides people that have similar ideas and similar views about how their neighborhood should be managed to come together and to maintain the rural character that they've found in those areas and that they want to preserve. And most importantly, to have a means to protect the wells and septic fields on their properties, which right now we have very little recourse in protecting. So thank you, and I hope you'll support this ordinance.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Russell Joyce. Russell?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly members.
I'm here to speak against ordinance number 25090. Not as prepared as maybe some others, but I work as a realtor here in the Valley, have been here for about 40 years and seen all aspects of development. Sure appreciate the whole idea of keeping larger lots. The reality is that time has passed us all. And I think some of the things we see that are mentioned here are things that could have been done a while ago as well. When we had a proliferation of detached fourplexes going in on lots that impacted neighborhoods, I think this large lot thing probably would have been a good thing to bring up then, and it could have had a little bit of traction in some areas. This is borough-wide. This is a neighbor telling a neighbor what to do with their property when they really should be more concerned with what they're doing in their own boundaries and not telling other people what should be able to happen on their land. Many people have bought land with the intention of staying there and having their family subdivide a piece and be able to build on that to keep the family together. And this with neighbors who didn't agree with that and would stop them from allowing that type of subdivision due to this ordinance and their specific thoughts against it, subdividing, would really control what's going on and not give the opportunity for that person to live their dream. And I think, we're all here to be able to enjoy living in the Valley. It's going to change, and it's changed for all of us over these years. We have to be more concerned with our infrastructure, what's going in, the cost of it, as we had an engineer talk about minutes ago, and how we can make that more affordable, more available to everybody, and not tell somebody what they can do with their land. Most subdivisions have more than 67% speak against them going in because people have been using that, maybe trespassing, using the land for something that they didn't want to see it developed ever. And that's just the way things are. That's what the land was intended for by the person who owns it. So to stop with an ordinance such as this seems very short-sighted. Sorry to say that. But there's lots of other things we could be working on that would be much more beneficial to those people who are seeing the growth and trying to stop it.
Russell, would you state your name for the record, please?
Russell Joyce.
Okay, thank you. So Abby, what did you say?
I said I'll say it when I get there.
Yeah, good.
So my name's Abby Pachatko.
Okay, thank you.
I'm of District 1, Lazy Mountain. I am in favor of this ordinance. This ordinance is not government telling you what you can and can't do with your property. It is about allowing property owners to protect their property. As mentioned, sometimes you can't choose your neighbors, but we choose to live where we are and chose it because of the large lots. This ordinance does not establish large lot districts. It merely gives the communities the opportunity to establish one should they choose to and apply for it. So this is not going out and saying nobody in the borough can develop less than 5 acres. No, this is saying that should a community choose to apply, they can have their 67% signatures in their district apply for this ordinance. This ordinance gives power to local communities, which is what people who choose to live out here in the Mat-Su Valley want. We choose to live here, not Anchorage, due to our lot sizes. A lot of us, at least. This ordinance protects property owners and communities from developers taking over their communities. Yes, there's a lot of developing and it's great for first-time home buyers and all that, but then there's other community members who are just trying to have some land, keep some space between acres, have wells and septic systems that don't fail because they're in overabundance in the area. This ordinance does still allow for small lot subdivisions to be established. So this is not a restrictive ordinance. These communities will still have to apply to be in, to apply for this ordinance. We want to protect the integrity of our land. It's not to keep out first-time home buyers. As mentioned before, when you buy land, it is disclosed if there are spuds or covenants and all that. It's in your real estate packets. It's at the title company. So for someone to buy land and say they didn't know they weren't allowed to subdivide it, that's false information. That information is given up front when they're viewing the property. So this ordinance, if it is passed in an area, that information is known to the public. As mentioned, building codes and all that. The current borough code is in favor of developers. There are no codes or ordinances supporting these big lot owners. I apologize for not knowing the years, but
Go ahead, finish your sentence.
but I know the borough code was gutted a few years ago in favor of these developers, and we're just trying to find something in a happy medium to protect us large lot owners. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. John?
Handout. My name is John Vanduska, and I'm a 50-year resident of Lazy Mountain. I'm here to speak in favor of that ordinance because it's a long time, let me get my glasses on, long time overdue for people to have the opportunity to live in a neighborhood somewhere in the Mat-Su borough where lots will remain large enough to have some privacy and know that the adjacent lots won't be broken up into city-sized lots. If this ordinance is passed tonight, the map I gave each of you is of the neighborhood that I live on Helmar Place on Clark Wolverine Road. Outlined in red are approximately 42 property owners. I met with most of them and got overwhelming support for the ordinance and wish to be the first to become a large lot district. They all moved up here, as I did, to live in an area where you could have a horse, livestock, without affecting your neighbors. You can't have that if lots get smaller than 5 acres. These opponents act like 5 acres is 500 acres. 5 acres is very tiny. Lazy Mountain has approximately 1,500 residents. So we are talking about a very tiny area, as you can see by the map. This will not affect any property owners whatsoever if they are not in this proposed district. It will not tell anybody in the district what they can or not do with their property, other than keep their property at least 5 acres. The map in front of you of the 5-acre lots just off Wolverine and Helmar already have in place a CCR requiring them to remain 5 acres. I think getting the consent of 67% of affected property owners outlined in tonight's ordinance is fair, since the borough already requires property owners forming LIDs for gas, as an example, to only get 54% of the affected property owner's consent in order to pass the LID. So, you know, it's there. I could debate these guys all night of how horrible this is going to be, but it's time for at least someone have the ability
to be in a rural area. Otherwise, we're going to be just like Anchorage and Eagle River and everywhere else where it's just crammed in there, and then you have to have city sewer, city water. That's what raises the price of properties when you have a city environment. Thank you. Any questions?
Thanks, John. Mark, continue.
Members of the Assembly, thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. When I was born in this valley, it was a territory. When this borough was created as an entity, it was 60 years ago. I ask yourself, what if you took this document you have in front of you and go to the bottom of page 4 of 6 and change that 5 to 160 acres? Because 61 years ago when the borough was formed, this valley was full of 160 acre, 40 acre, 20 acre parcels. If someone 60 years ago decided to enact what you have in front of you here today, you know what all the negative consequences this borough would have. The borough wouldn't have tax money to do all the good things they do for this community. So I want to give you an analogy, but before I give you the analogy, think about the future. Think 60 years into the future. Think to 2028. What are young people with families going to do if there's all these large lots and there's more and more districts of that? It's not a pretty picture for affordability. The other thing that this document does, it does just like the lake management plans do. It pits neighbors against neighbors. I lived on a lake that went through something like this. It was horrible. Neighbors were doing bad stuff to each other. That's why they nicknamed Blodgett Lake Bludgeon Lake when they did their lake management plans. So go to your planners. You've got great planners. You've got great staff. Come up with incentives for 5 acre lots. The people up on Lazy Mountain are right. They should keep that rural character. But give them incentives so you don't have to subdivide when the next generation wants to buy that property. Tax incentives for the developers, tax incentives for people who buy 5 acre lots. That's how you can take an economic incentive and create something better through good planning. But please don't pit neighbors against neighbors, because I have a large parcel and it is surrounded by small lots, 1, 2 acres. And if those people draw a line around my property and outvote me at 68%, I'm screwed. And that's not fair for property owners. And that's when property owners fight property owners. Please don't do that. I know Mr. Hale's intention and other people's intentions are good, but do it through good borough planning processes. Don't pit neighbors against neighbors. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that takes care of the sign-up sheet. Is there anyone that wasn't on the sign-up sheet that would like? Yes, just come forth.
My name is Gail Volt, V-O-L-T, and I thought I signed up on the sheet, but apparently
You're
I'm
right,
on
you
some other
did.
sheet.
Did I just, yeah, you're right. I remember your name being on there.
I don't know, but
We
anyway, I'm
just
here.
Jumped, we jumped over you. Or my apologies. I'm sorry, Gail.
That's
Please
okay.
testify.
I'm here. I
Okay,
didn't let,
good.
I didn't let
Okay,
it
good.
pass. So I'm speaking in support of ordinance 25090, I won't go through all that stuff. And my husband and I live on Lazy Mountain. Now, I've heard a lot of, fortunately being at the end, I've heard a lot of pros and cons, and it's really, seems to me, it's about quality of life in the neighborhood that you live, or making a lot of money subdividing lots down to smallest possible divisions that's legal, so that the developers and the builders and the realtors can make a lot of money, and the fallout falls to the residents of the neighborhood. And let me give you an example. Last year, a realtor decided to create a subdivision within our subdivision by buying 3 conjoining lots, dividing them into 7 tiny lots on subpar soils for buildings or septic systems. The 2 boards that heard our case, ignored not only the neighbors' local knowledge of high water table, substandard soils, and road issues, but also the Lazy Mountain Comprehensive Plan. We spoke against it at 3 different hearings, presented data of what we believe to be several code violations, but they were ignored. Against our wishes, the development was ultimately approved. This summer, 2 of the builders in that tiny subdivision on those lots that sold were surprised by serious and expensive challenges with high groundwater levels that the buyers said they were not aware of. The builders and the developers, realtors made a lot of money on this while the residents had to deal with the fallout. What's more important? The developers making money, getting tax dollars, or the quality of life of the owners of that owned property and residents of the Mat-Su Borough? This ordinance is much needed. It puts decisions about developments in the hands of neighbors where it belongs. It will assure the comprehensive plans are followed. It will help people protect their wells, septic fields from inappropriate and unwanted development. It will maintain the large lot integrity of the area and protect the green spaces. It will protect the property owner's desire to maintain the integrity of their own neighborhoods. This ordinance does not cost the borough a dime. Other ordinances like this often cost the residents money, but require only 51% of them to sign on to it. This one requires 67% to sign on. That's a lot. But it doesn't cost anyone a dime and would reflect the desires of the neighborhood residents. I have just one small paragraph. I'd sincerely encourage all of you to vote for this ordinance because your own neighborhood could be the next one slated for development. All tax-paying homeowners in the Mat-Su Borough should have a voice in this issue. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Anyone else? We have anybody online, sir? We do not have me. One last chance. Anyone that hasn't testified? Oh, sure.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you for the chance to speak. I'm Starla Brewer from Willow, Alaska, and I'm also in support of ordinance
25-090.
Thank you. I knew I should have brought the paper up with me. Anyway, one of the things I haven't heard addressed yet is what happens when all of these little tiny subdivisions get just plopped in wherever somebody feels like plopping one, which is something that's been happening quite a bit in Willow. And what's not accounted for is the developers are not required to widen other roads that lead into that development. They're not required to bring in other infrastructure such as utilities, except for their one little subdivision, which almost always will lead to another subdivision, usually not on an adjacent lot, but maybe 3 over. And the next thing you know, you've got little mini traffic jams. The other thing that isn't addressed is the support within those communities. We're constantly seeing new people into Willow, not realizing that we don't have a full-time ambulance out there. They show up at the Waco board meeting wondering, hey, where's our ambulance? Why don't we have one? They don't understand that we don't really have shopping, that we don't have restaurants, we don't have all of these amenities that they're used to because they didn't realize they were moving into a rural area. They just thought it would be nice to have more privacy, a little more space for their own children. They don't understand the impact they're causing to our schools. The developers and the realtors They don't have to deal with any of that fallout. They get their check and they walk away. And we're stuck with the rest of it. Thank you.
Thanks, Stella. Anyone else?
Good evening. My name's AJ Kirby. I standing up today to oppose this ordinance 090. I don't. I've got a lot of issues with it. I think it adds to. It creates a kind of a tyranny. I don't. I don't pay my neighbor's taxes. They don't pay mine. If I want to build a shop on my, on my property, I want to be able to do it. If I want to take 20 acres and make it 4 parcels for my kids someday, I want to do it. If I want to make 10 parcels, I want to do it. I just, I don't know. I don't see how, if it was a neighborhood and they wanted to come together, they wanted to join a voice and they wanted to create, some CCRs or do that. There's a way of doing it. I don't think that we need legislation, because I think this is a snowball. I think it starts here and I think it gets worse. And then we're having all kinds of people telling us what we can do and what we can't do. I am a home builder. I build 1 or 2 houses a year, mostly for friends and family. And affordable housing is something that's not getting, it's not getting any more affordable. And this would totally negate that by making it. Taxes go up, taxes, you got less lots, you got less taxes per, obviously you get more money off the structures than you do the land value. But if you start making bigger lots, it's, they got to make it up somewhere. The boroughs, I know they're hiring more assessors and they're, because of that, they have to raise taxes. My taxes have gone up every year. And I think this would just, again, snowball effect, gets worse. More legislation. I'm all about smaller government, and I do. I think this is a borough, this is a community, and as a community, we can, we can talk with each other. We can do things. I don't think my neighbor needs to tell me what to do, though. I don't tell him what to do. He doesn't need to tell me what to do, and that pits neighbors against each other. Obviously, there are neighborhoods that have been established for a long time. That's awesome for the people that live there for a long time. But I come from a military family. We moved every 2-3 years, so I didn't get a chance to have a homestead or really plant roots anywhere. So if I'd like to do that someday, and I think I do, and I think it's out here in Palmer. But again, I want to be able to do what I want to do with my land, and I do not support this ordinance, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? We still don't have anybody online? Okay. So I will go ahead and close the public hearing. Deputy Mayor? Is it?
Member Hale.
Oh, Assemblymember Hale. That's right.
Yeah, I'll move
Sorry.
to adopt ordinance 25-090. I'll speak to it if I may.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So about a year and a half ago, some folks came to me, a group of folks from up on Lazy Mountain, and they lived in a neighborhood with larger lots. And a developer had purchased 3 of them and was going to subdivide them into 7 smaller 40,000 square foot lots, which is the smallest you can get and still be able to put a septic on it. And this was in violation of the Lazy Mountain Comprehensive Plan, and it was in violation of the neighborhood covenants. And they said, what can we do? What can we do about this? And my answer was nothing, because the plating board does not take into account the comprehensive plan. The plating board does not take into account covenants. The only thing that they are permitted to take into account is borough code. So I put them in touch with Alex and said, maybe there's something that we can do to avoid this kind of situation in the future. And they got together and they developed this ordinance together, and I think that it's an appropriate ordinance. It's designed to allow a group of homeowners to protect their properties against their future assignees and heirs, and to enforce, to place into code the kind of things that are in covenants, such as the lot sizes shall not be below a certain amount. I think that the 67% approval is appropriate. We require 67% for lake management plans. We require significantly less than that percentage for LIDs, which actually cost people money who are opposed to it. If you're opposed to the LID and you're on the losing side, it actually costs you money. You still have to pay the tax assessment for that improvement. This does not cost anyone any money. I am open to changes in the 67% if that will get assembly members to a yes. But I think that this is an excellent way for folks to protect the nature of their community, for community members to come together and select a boundary that would protect the rural nature of their community. We also already have something like this in code, which is the large lot residential district, of which there is one, I believe there's one of those, out in Talkeetna. It's in code, that they can be created. It restricts the size of the lot and also restricts the development on that lot to only single-family residential. This ordinance does not restrict the development of those 5-acre parcels at all. You can have whatever you want on them. You can have a junkyard, you could have a pig farm, you could have a pot shop, you could do whatever you want with your 5 acres, but you cannot subdivide below that threshold. So again, I would be open to a higher threshold if that can get us to yes, but I think that this is an important thing that has the community protecting itself. So,
Any further questions? Yes, the Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
I had some questions for staff on this, if we could get
Okay.
the planning director up here. Indulge me for some questions from him?
Go ahead, sir. Ask your questions.
Hello, Alex. Is there anything currently keeping people from creating 5-acre deed restrictions on a large parcel?
Through the mayor, Alex Strawn, planning director. I don't believe so. That might be a question for the attorney as well to weigh in on, but I'm not aware of anything preventing somebody from doing that.
There's nothing prohibiting them from doing it. Of course, the borough wouldn't be involved in it.
So another question for Alex. So we already have we have a large lot district, 1776. We have a single family residential district, 1775. Do you know what the threshold of percentage for putting the lots into that district is?
Yeah, I have that pulled up on my iPad right now. So 17.75 is a single family residential. Oh, no, I'm sorry. (1776) is large lot single family residential land use district. And let's see. Okay, so 030C6, 75% looks like of all lots less than 5 acres in an area, and 100% of all lots 5 acres or greater in an area located within the boundary proposed for inclusion or exclusion.
And then 1775?
So 1775 is just single family residential land use district. Let's look. Looks like 100%. Oh, wait, no, let's see. Same. Oh yeah, it has looks like identical language to 1776.
What's that language again?
So I can read the whole thing here. So application for exclusion from the provisions of this chapter may be made by filing of an application together with the appropriate filing fee as established by the Assembly with the borough by any person if accompanied by a petition favoring the application signed by the legal owners of record of more than 75% of all lots less than 5 acres in area and 100% of all lots greater than 5 acres in area located within the existing residential land use district. And then it has other things they have to do.
Those are all my questions.
Anyone else have questions? Yes.
Question to the
Assemblyperson
sponsor, why specifically 5? Why not 10, not 7, not 2, but 5?
Yeah, so if I may answer, Mayor. So this was developed as a joint between the community members who were seeking it and Mr. Alex. As it was passed to me, I simply passed it along for referral to the Planning Commission. So I did not craft it. I just took what the community and Alex had come together and built and sponsored it.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make a motion to postpone this to December 2nd meeting, which is our next meeting. And the reason for that, I think, the new elected assemblyman who will be in that area, for one, I think he would like to voice his opinion on that. And he ran with specific certain positions with this issue, and it was actually which overwhelmingly put him in that position because he did oppose it. So I'd like to give him a chance to be able to vote on this legislation since he's the most recent indicator of representing that district. And for that reason, I'd like to ask for you guys to support this postponement.
So this motion was to postpone, is that correct?
December
To 2nd. Okay. So you now have an amendment on the floor? Assemblyperson Hours?
I think we should do the courtesy to the person who proposed it to dispatch with it tonight, one way or the other, not postpone this until somebody else is sitting in the seat.
Assemblyperson Hale, go ahead.
Yeah, as the sponsor, I'd like to see this finished one way or the other tonight.
Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Tim and people who are saying, well, he's here, he's been working with these people, he knows the deal. I think he has a right as an assembly member to go ahead with that, so I would not vote to extend it.
Okay. Further discussion by the Assembly? Okay, I think we're ready to vote on the amendment.
Motion, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
The motion is to postpone until December 2nd. If I can get the members to go ahead and vote. Madam Mayor, it has failed of Assemblymember Fanoff, Bernier, and Sumner in support.
Okay. So back, you have now still before you the motion to adopt 25-090. Any further discussion? Oh, Assemblyperson Hours?
Just want to say this touches on an issue that I think the borough's been wrestling with for some time and becomes more of an issue as we grow and we're getting denser developments. And I was there for listening to the plating board when the subdivision was that folks have testified here or talking about. And the people on the plating board were very sympathetic to their concerns about the water table and their knowledge of the historical water table. There was nothing they could do for them because of our plating code. So I don't agree that restricting to large lot sizes doesn't cost people money. If you have 10 acres and you want to subdivide it, you are losing, or 5 acres and you want to subdivide it and you can't, all of a sudden you are losing money. But I also, on the flip side, for every mom and pop that wanted to subdivide, there is a mom and pop that has been living on this piece of the valley that they love, is their biggest investment, and they're here because of the qualities of that neighborhood. And something can go in next to them and all of a sudden their rural road turns into a highway street going past them with a lot of neighbors. And so trying to find that balance of that draws us here, that makes us want to buy property out here, without losing that in the process of growing. So, those neighbors up on Lazy Mountain are one example. There are many others around here where neighborhoods are 3 acres suddenly have 100 homes of half-acre lots next to them with no buffer. So the things I have heard about at the plating code that are inadequate at this point is no one looks at the aquifer impacts. Most of the time you're okay, but no one's looking at it. We have inadequate traffic counts for when we're platting subdivisions. We just look at residential subdivision counts that we assume single family is going to go in there when we're deciding who's going to pay to upgrade the road. And then the other concern I have heard from folks is the downstream impacts that a neighborhood goes in. The developer does have to upgrade the roads if it runs over a certain count, but then further down the stream, where it comes out on Bogart or other, it's the community that's going to pay for that. So I guess that's a long way to say that we have to try to find a way to balance that. I'm sorry, Mr. Hale, on your last night here, I don't think this is the way to get there with 67%, telling another neighbor they can't subdivide. But there's a lot of developers in this room, a lot of people who work in the building community. If we can find a way to do this balance through the subdivision construction manual, through things that the plating board can take into account that give people respect for the investment they have made in their home, so they don't lose value, because you might be costing that person who wanted to subdivide, you're also costing the person who has their piece of paradise, and all of a sudden they've lost some of the qualities of that. So I think we need to continue to work on that, even though I will not support this ordinance tonight.
Okay, Assemblyperson McKee, do you have your light on?
Yeah, I do. Tim said that he would be open to changes in the percentage, and that seems to be what you're concerned about. That was one thing that you mentioned, Stephanie, was the percentage. We've seen this. I've worked on 2 different lake management things, and it was just, it was awful because the percentages were too low. I think 67 is good, but it probably could be better. And the thing that, something that really bothers me about this, each person that talked, I wrote down whether or not they supported it or they didn't, and it's just about 50-50. And that's hard to make, it's hard to make a decision because both sides are very passionate about it. But you want to talk about the Alaska dream and coming up here and doing what you want to do, that's terribly restricted by what a whole lot of other people are going to do. And we won't, if anybody running for re-election is never going to use the word Z word. You know what that word is? Zoning. We won't do it. We won't say it. If you're up for re-election, you ain't going to say that word. I'm not shy. I'm not up for re-election. I would have said it 4 years ago, but I didn't think we were ready for it. But then this influx into the valley, which is so huge, takes some people, I'm leaving Anchorage by God because the lots are too small and I move out to the valley. And then we say, well, okay, guess what? We made some changes out here. And now I actually, in my neighborhood experience, where some guy said he was going to put a half acre lot, and then he put like 4 people on it instead. Totally changed it. I carried the ball, my husband and I, for months to fight that thing. We got a little bit of what we wanted, but we couldn't stave it off. And the idea that you are buying the biggest thing in your life, and then you say, please, God, leave it like it is. And you spend the next 40 years saying, please don't anybody put in a parking garage here. That's not fair. So it's the people that were there. They made the investment. They were the ones who initially came in and cut down the trees and built a house. But don't they count? I mean, I'm out for independence. I've been here a lot longer than most of you folks because I'm older than most of you folks. I've been here all my life. So I just don't see it. Everybody there's got to be a happy medium. And to me, the word is zoning. And sometime during my tenure on the borough, when you can't, votes don't count, like I said, I wouldn't care anyway. But it's got to happen because people can't live with this kind of uncertainty. It's just, it takes your heart. So is there a number that you'd be happy with or that you'd be happy with, Stephanie?
Assemblyperson Hale?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to move this amendment. There's one for P as well. Pass this down. We'll give one to the clerk. Oh, I need one so I can tell what I'm saying. I'll give it back to you. I'll give it back to you. So I'm going to move to amend ordinance 25-090 to modify the petition requirements for initiating or modifying a large lot district, specifically in subsection B of 1777030, amend the language change to the required percentage of signatures from at least 67% of the affected properties to 100% of the affected properties, such that it reads as, except as provided in subsection A large lot district may be initiated or modified only by submitting a petition to the planning department containing the signatures of 100% of the affected properties as listed in the borough tax assessment records. And if I could speak to it briefly,
Sure.
This would make a large lot districts entirely voluntary, right? You would be able to protect, you and your neighbors would be able to protect your neighborhood against the future assignees and heirs of your neighborhood, such that, you know, if you sell or if you pass away and your kids get the property or whatever, somebody new can't come in and subdivide those lots into tiny little lots and change the character of the neighborhood. So this would make it entirely voluntary, 100%. So hopefully I can get some support for that.
Okay. So you have amendment before you, Assemblyperson Sumner?
Yeah, I'm going to speak to in opposition to the amendment. I have a list of bullet points why this ordinance on the whole is bad. I'm going to skip over that part and just go to the second half, which is still pertinent. Yeah, CC&Rs already exist. Deed restrictions already exist. You know, we just have this executive order 360 that we don't need more regulation. You know, I applaud the intent of this, but this will not solve the issue. If you create this large lot district, you can still have a fractionalized ownership large lot. It does not keep someone that wants to, you know, scoff at the comprehensive plan from putting 5 houses on a 5-acre lot, or 10 houses, or 12 houses, or 20 houses. So this is us adding code that doesn't do anything, and I am opposed to code that doesn't do anything. So I'd be voting against this and the main motion.
Assemblyperson Palma?
So now to change it to 100%, how many, to sponsor, how many different landowners or parcels or acres need to be combined in order to qualify for this? Now, can one person that has a 40-acre piece just submit the application, or there's a couple? And what is the amount that takes to a threshold for this to be actual, to record this restrictions?
Yeah, thank you. I would ask either the attorney or the planning director that question, I think.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alex Strawn, Planning Director. So, you know, the question of whether one property owner who has 40 acres could zone themselves is getting into the territory of spot zoning when you have a single lot that's being zoned. However, a 40-acre lot is quite large, so it might be able to get away with it. This would probably be a case-by-case basis as to whether that would be considered spot zoning or not. So I don't know if, Nick, you want to weigh in on that?
Your question is how many people have to come together to do it? The answer is as many as want to. It could be a few people, it could be a lot of people. Like if it's a 40-acre thing and somebody's coming in to subdivide and they're saying, look, I want to do, you know, eight 5-acre parcels or 7 5-acre parcels because you need room for your streets. That's probably allowable. If it's that plus, it could be a 100-acre parcel, it could be a 160-acre parcel, it could be 4 landowners, could be 8 landowners, could be 15 landowners. The ordinance doesn't specify.
So the ordinance doesn't specify the quantity of the people petitioning. Is there minimum threshold of total acreage that it needs to reach?
No. Not that I think.
Two members.
I'll defer to Alex.
I do believe there is a provision that if you have a single ownership that you can just, and you're hoping to go through the subdivision process, that you can just zone that thing large lot residential or large lot district.
Single owner meaning one property, one owner, or can there be two owners on one parcel and do the same thing? Because there's always loopholes, you know.
So I think two
No.
owners certainly could.
There's no restriction, there's no set limit on the final product. How many acres does it need to be? No. There's no set limit. There's no restriction on the number of owners. There's no restriction on how many there has to be. It can be one, it can be 100. It can be anywhere in between.
Well, it has an exemption for the public notice process if it's under single ownership.
But one person with a large parcel, 100 acres or whatever, can put those things, and the future people cannot change it.
Correct. Well, except for the assembly always could change it. These would be approved by the assembly, they'd be modified by the assembly, or taken away by the assembly. Ultimately, it'd be the assembly who decides the fate of these districts.
Okay, that can answer that.
Further discussion? Yes, Assemblyperson Hale.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that's another point in favor of this. Instead of the plating board, instead of it going to the plating board and being decided solely by them, if these districts were created and someone wanted to subdivide below that threshold, they could come to the assembly, and the assembly could exempt that property or dissolve the entire large lot district. Ultimately, it brings all those decisions up to elected officials rather than appointed plating board members. So I think that's another point in favor of this.
Further discussion? Yes, Assemblyperson Gamble.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When we were deciding to buy our lot and build our home, we looked for a developed subdivision that had a certain amount of acreage and that it had CCRs that were fairly strict because that's what we wanted. I would much rather see than adding more government regulation, see the owners of these properties create their own subdivision with their own CCRs, and then they can enforce them however they've written them. And so I'm going to oppose this ordinance and the amendment because I'm not in favor of more regulation, and I'd like to see these folks just create their own subdivision. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion on the floor right now is regarding this paper amendment. So further discussion on the amendment. Assemblyperson Nowers.
I think I could support the 100% for the amendment, and then I will have some thoughts when we get to the main motion.
Okay. All right. So anybody have any? Yes.
Just a question. Are there any other kinds of things, because we talked about LIDs and LMPs and stuff like that. Is there any other instance that would ever require 100%? I mean, because I don't, some of you have been here longer, well, maybe not. But are there?
LIDs.
Pardon?
Non-contiguous LIDs.
Go ahead.
Non-contiguous LIDs.
Meaning they're obviously not together, but
They require 100%.
yeah, that's a little bit different here.
Okay, Assemblyperson Hale, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to call the question on the amendment, please.
Is there objection to calling the question
On the amendment.
on the amendment? No? Okay, so no objection, so then the question has been called. Madam Clerk?
If I can get the members to vote on the primary amendment.
Oh,
Start with me, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, it has failed with Assembly Member Bonoff, McKee, and Nowers in support.
okay. Yes, Assemblyperson Nowers?
I just had a question because every time this comes up, CCRs and deed restrictions are mentioned, and maybe I'm putting the attorney on the spot, but could you, like, is that like, if somebody, it's not, could you clarify whether the borough, first of all, whether the borough can recognize CCRs or deed restrictions, and B, how those, what's the capability of anybody to enforce those?
So the Alaska Supreme Court says that covenants, CCRs, are contractual agreements among the parties. The borough is not a party unless we own lots in the subdivision, own a lot or lots in the subdivision. So unless we are a party to that, and then we would have to find that any, use or violation of the CCRs is against the greater public interest, right? So somebody almost rising to the level of a public nuisance. And then, of course, deed restrictions are, if I grant to you a deed and I withhold, which is typical, all the subsurface rights, like when the state of Alaska grants deeds, they withhold all the rights to the subsurface. If you then start mining into the subsurface, only I can enforce that. So again, it's between two parties. It's not a contract, it's at property. So different set of rules apply in the law, different statutes of limitations, different rules of evidence, different remedies between contracts and property. But deeds are property agreements between two parties. Again, if the borough's not a party to that agreement, then we don't have any way to enforce. We are party to some deed agreements, like we would have the right to enforce. For example, we have given property in the past during my tenure here to either community council organizations or public and charitable organizations, nonprofits, and we put a deed restriction. The land has to be used for public benefit. It can be a park, it can be an open space, it could be a bicycle track, it could be a playground, but it has to be allowed for general public benefit. So if somebody ever violates those, we as the borough could then go back and either enforce the deed restriction or try and get the property back, depending on the exact wording of how it went. But again, it's in both of those situations, they are agreements between the parties involved in the transaction. And if the borough doesn't own the property, we're not party to it.
Just a quick follow-up. So to summarize then, if you have a deed restriction or a CCR on a piece of property and somebody comes to the borough and wants to subdivide, the borough planning board doesn't look at the CCR or the deed restriction. They would go ahead and subdivide that piece of property. And the only remedy for the property owners is for them to sue the person based on the CCR or the deed restriction on their own private.
Or potentially with their homeowners association or their neighbors.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Further discussion, Assemblyperson Pownup, go ahead.
Actually, was surprised that that amendment didn't pass because I think that kind of changes towards the positive direction, even though we might disagree on the general things. And I'm surprised to see for once in many years, a couple years I've been here, that Ms. Nowers, who was opposing this, you said that you will now support this. So to come a little closer, I'd like to make an amendment to take from the 5 acres and to change that to 0.92 acres instead of 5.
0.92, is that what you said, sir? Okay.
That's right.
Thank you. Okay, so now we have an amendment, yes.
So you're saying you can't divide anything under 0.92 acres?
That is correct.
Okay, Assemblyperson Hale?
Just seems silly to me. That is not a large lot, and it's 40,000 square feet, which is the same as we currently have, so.
Compared to acres that are 1/8 and a quarter and 1/8 of an acre, that's not a bad deal.
Okay, so the amendment is for 0.92 percentage of an acre. Okay.
I have to say I'm going to vote against this because we're chuckling. It's really not a laughing matter to the people who have an issue with trying to preserve what they love about the valley. So I'll oppose that.
Okay. Further discussion on the amendment. Is there objection to the amendment? Okay, there is objection, so Madam Clerk.
The members can go ahead and vote. It is failed with Assemblymember Phaneuf and Bernier in support.
Okay. So now we're back to the motion on the primary motion on ordinance 25-090. Further amendments or discussion? Assemblyperson Hale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to call the question on the main motion, please.
Okay. There is objection to calling the question.
I object.
Okay. So now,
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on calling for the question. There was somebody that did object. Madam Mayor, the call for the question has failed with Assemblymember Bernier, Gamble, and Sumner in support, and Fonoff, McKee, Hale, and Nowers.
okay. And
Opposed.
Assemblyperson McKee, you had comment or?
Yeah, I do. I've been, like I said, been here all my life. People come up here for a reason, and then the folks that have been up here put in their time, like I said, they don't count anymore, apparently. What I don't understand is somebody who comes here and says, this is what I'd like to do, and the other people were here 40 years ago and said, this is what I did, this is what I wanted, this is what we have. And I think it's outrageous to allow some newbie to come in and say, no, I want to do it my way, and then everybody say, yeah, okay, let's just do that. Screw everybody else that's just put in their dream and their time and their life and their emotion into this, and then just take it away for a few dollars more. I'm telling you, that doesn't count with me. I've got not much else left to be said about that, but that's all about dollars. And the people that live there didn't have anything to do with dollars. It has to do with their heart and their soul. And that to me is a lot more important than a few bucks.
Okay, further discussion on the Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to bring up some of the, now they're on the main motion, I was going to bring up some of the points in opposition to this. First of all, this was unanimously opposed by the Planning Commission. We've gotten letters from the Matsu Home Builders Association. We've heard from developers and surveyors that are opposed to it. It's very antithetical to affordable housing. Let me tell you why. If you read this carefully, if you had 3 1-acre lots, they would be exempt from meeting the 5-acre requirement, and they could draw a circle around a 1,000-acre parcel next to them and say this is a large lot district. And none of these this 1,000-acre parcel could never be subdivided lower than 5 acres, which would basically shut down all development for that 1,000 acres. So this could be very easily weaponized to shut down development in the Matsu borough entirely. And I mean, how many people, I can almost guarantee you that you can find 3 neighbors adjacent connected to large parcels that don't want that large parcel developed. So if you want to, restrict housing and make housing for our children more affordable, this is something you should vote for. If you think that affordable housing is a worthy and lofty goal, then you should probably be opposed to this. It really boils down to, this is, in my mind, I guess we have opposing viewpoints here, but it's basically government sanctioned theft, right? When you're allowing the majority to remove or restrict their neighbor's rights, a neighbor that has a 5-acre parcel, has the right to do with what they see with that parcel, unless it has a deed restriction or a covenant contrary, and when you say that they can no longer subdivide it, then you're removing value from them. There's been a lot of, analogy to the LID, but this really is not analogous to the LIDs. It's probably more analogous to the, the preceding ordinances, 1775 and 1776, which have a 100% threshold, for lots under 5 acres. So, if this would survive a vote, it should be at 100%, but I still think that it doesn't serve its own purpose. Because really, this could not stop fractionalized ownership. You could still build 20 or 100 single-family units on this. So what it would do is shut down subdivisions, and it would incentivize fractionalized ownership in condominium developments. So if, if you're opposed to the downsides of condominium developments, you should probably vote against this too. Thanks.
Assemblyperson Fonoff?
So, Ms. McKee, I'm trying to wrap my hand around, maybe I'm not understanding you correctly, this concern that you have. So assume if somebody had a dream and they bought 10, 5, whatever acreage of home, and they own that piece of property. Nobody, I guess, in this or any illusion, nobody is coming to make their lots, that person's, the owner's lot smaller. It's the person who owns the parcel next door who wants to choose what they want to choose with that. I just don't see how that takes, when somebody is developing a 40 or whatever acre lot is into a, whatever it is, whichever size it is, that the other neighbor who has their lot, which, has his own boundary, nobody goes on that person's, how is that, takes that pride of ownership back? If you want to live on a large parcel, you buy one, and then even if there's a single acre lots all around it, you still have your large, and that happens periodically. We see that over and over again. So I guess I don't see that logic that like pretty much I'm willing to only, you kind of restrict what's going on around you. If you wanted, I think there's been plenty of big parcels that people can buy. I mean, they're probably not going to be as close to the city or anything like that unless they're going to pay premium dollar. But telling others around it is, I think that doesn't promote property rights.
May I respond?
Yes.
Yes, so if you've got a glass of soda and you got two people drinking out of that with a straw, you're going to be okay. You're both going to drink that stuff for quite a while. Then you get 14 people come in, each one of them's got a straw for the same amount of water. So when you're talking about wells and septic tanks and things like that, that's perfectly analogous to that. If there's no other reason, that's a good reason, because the more people you got, the more resources they're going to use, the less there is for everyone. And again, my heart lies with the people that started there. Alaska's a big place. You can go just about anywhere up here. And you can buy 10 acres or 4 acres, or you can leave Chick-Chick-Jowl in a neighborhood if you want to live that way. But what you're doing to the people that already made a choice and need some sort of, again, Z word, need some sort of assurance that the life they have chosen, because the other guy coming in, if we're going to do it this way, they get whatever they want. I want 5 acres, I want 2 acres, I want to live, 14 people on a half acre. To me, you have ignored. Again, I hate to be redundant, but you've ignored the people that came here. They got there first. They got what they wanted. They should be able to have some sort of protection for that. And I said, I've been involved in it personally. All we were able to do is keep the horrible influx from coming into our neighborhood. But at least we got that. But this to me is if you want to buy something, look around. Don't look in that guy's yard. Go look for something that you want yourself, where you don't care how many people live next to you. I'm not going to say anymore because people are going to say, geez, I wish she'd shut up because she's saying the same thing, and I am. But my heart is totally in this.
Deputy Mayor?
I can't support this. As much as I'd like to say, I'd like to control building all around me and who moves in and who doesn't and stuff. Say if you're married, you got kids, your kids go to college, they meet somebody, they get married, pretty soon they're living in the lower 48. You've got 5-10 acres, and you want your kids to come home, live in Alaska, be near you. And this is that cuts the ability to carve off a chunk of property so your kids can build a house, affordable house, because they're going to build it out of pocket right on your own property. And they're not going to go out and buy some starter home. They're going to live in vapor barrier and insulation for a while with maybe some outdoor carpet in the garage like I did, and an outhouse out back. So when it comes down to telling me what I can and can't do on my property, I'm getting the chills.
Further discussion. Assemblyperson Howard.
Just a quick comment. I think Ms. Key is right. We're trying to, people move here for a reason. We don't want to ruin that in the process. And so, the people are coming to us because our current rules are not giving them that ability. So, maybe I can't support 67%. Maybe it's a tweak to some of the subdivision construction manual, some of the rules there. But it can't be that the only way that you can have the beauty of the valley and keep it is that you've got to have $10 million and buy 100 acre, 160 acres. There's got to be some balance in there, and finding that right balance for the individual that owns property out here. So it's a good discussion to have, and I appreciate the pros and cons on the different sides.
So I would assume we have an objection, right, to the legislation. So, Madam Clerk.
If I can get the members to vote on the main motion, please. Madam Mayor, it has failed with Assemblymember McKee and Hale in support.
Okay. Ready? Should we go ahead and take a break? Yeah, okay. So we'll take 10-minute break. I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order, please.
Got everybody but Ron.
I thought, yeah, well, let's just go. Yeah.
Ordinance 25117, an ordinance reappropriating 12,000 from the scissor lift and trailer project to American Disabilities Act door modification project at the Dorothy Swanda Jones Building with accompanying resolution 25102, a resolution establishing the scope of work and budget for American Disabilities and door modification project. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Okay, I will open the public hearing on ordinance 25-1117 and resolution 25-102. We do not have a sign-up sheet. Anybody that would like to testify regarding either this ordinance or resolution is welcome to do so at this time. Do we have anybody online, sir? We do not. One last chance. Okay. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and let's Deputy Mayor have.
I move to adopt ordinance 25-117 and resolution 25-102.
Discussion? Any objection? Hearing no objection, then the legislation passes. And during break time, one gentleman came up from the audience and said he doesn't come all the time to the assembly meetings, and one of the reasons is because not everybody speaks into the mic. And so he would like to have people speak more into the mic so it's easier to hear, and including myself, as you can tell. So I'm chastised also. I will take and do better. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 25118, an ordinance approving a reappropriation of the Station 52 replacement land project and the Station 52 land purchase and preparation project to a project to construct a new Central Mat-Su Fire Service Area combined Station 52 and 65, and extending the time limit for completion on all Station 52 and 65 construction projects to June 30th, 2030, with accompanying resolution 25109. A resolution amending the scope of work and budget for a project to construct a combined station 5.2 and 6.5 for the Central Mat-Su Fire Service Area. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 2. Star 3, sorry.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing on ordinance 25-118 and resolution 25-109. We do not have a sign-up sheet. Okay. Anyone would like to address the assembly on either this ordinance or resolution? Okay. Anybody online, sir? Nobody online? Okay. Deputy Mayor, is this yours?
That's mine, I think.
Oh, Pana. Okay, sorry, sir. Go ahead.
I move to adopt ordinance 25-118 and resolution 25-109.
Okay. Any discussion by the assembly? Any objection by the assembly? Seeing and hearing none, then the legislation has passed. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 25119, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $331,569 in fiscal year 2026 Community Assistance Program funding, with accompanying resolution 25103, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for the Community Assistance Program and authorizing the manager to enter into an agreement with 21 unincorporated communities within the borough. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Go ahead and open public hearing. Anybody that would like to address the assembly on ordinance 25-119 and resolution 25-103? Anybody would like to? Do we have anybody online, sir? We do not. Go ahead and close the public hearing, and Deputy Mayor?
I move to adopt ordinance 25-119 and resolution 25-103. And I do have a question. Where's
Okay.
this money coming from?
Cheyenne Handel, Finance Director, through the mayor to Assembly Member Bernier. This money comes from the state of Alaska.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Yes, Assemblyperson Gamble.
Cheyenne, so is this the money that goes out to the community councils?
Yes,
So
it
how
is.
much are they approximately going to get this year?
Through the mayor to Assembly Member Gamble, each of these community councils will receive $15,789.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Further questions or comments? Thank you, ma'am. Is there any objection to the legislation? Okay, seeing and hearing none, then ordinance 25-119 and resolution 25-103 has passed. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 25-120, an ordinance amending MSB 2505-120A, informational brochures for elections. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, we'll go ahead and open a public hearing, and for this one, we do have a sign-up sheet. So Kendra, I see you coming. Come.
My name is Kenda Hewling, and imagine my surprise when I went to the post office and picked up my election booklet, and there were things in there that didn't have anything to do with the election. The other thing that bothered me was when I went to vote, they had their party affiliation, and I understood that the city and the borough elections were nonpartisan. So either they're partisan or they're not, but I don't understand having all that on the ballots or in the election book when I thought that both of them were nonpartisan. So that's my issue with it, and I don't think that it was appropriate to have the things in the election book other than who's running, where to vote, you know, what dates, and the pertinent information about the election itself. And I don't think parties should be on there because if it's nonpartisan, it shouldn't be on there. But thank you.
Thank you. And Randy Perlman, I don't see her. I think she must have left. Okay. And then Ron Johnson. Ron?
Madam Mayor, Borough Manager, Assembly members, and staff. My name is Ron Johnson. I'm a resident of Matsu Borough District 1, and I live in the Butte. I rise in opposition to 25-120. I did not see the election brochure as being partisan, but there again, I do admit all politics is partisan. I don't care. But here's my problem with this. Here's my problem with this ordinance. And Lonnie, this in no way reflects on the clerk. We have a good clerk, and I have publicly stated that. We run very good elections, and our borough is well managed. My objection to this is if you look on the borough's website, right under the assembly, it says the assembly will establish policy, which is executed by the administration. I see this as policy. And that being the case, if this election brochure is policy, then it belongs solely at the purveyance of the assembly. And so based upon that, I think it's a bad ordinance. It puts unelected officials in a position to handle our election brochure. And there again, no reference to this clerk, because I'm very happy with our clerk, but what's going to happen down the road 10 years? I think this needs to stay with the Borough Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and Irene Wagner?
Good evening. Thank you for staying. It's a long, long night for you guys. Thank you very much. My name is Irene Wagoner Palmer. I represent myself and my family. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight in support of Ordinance 25-120, an amendment for informational brochures for elections. I want to offer a perspective focused strictly on process and good governance. Governance, as you know, is the responsible stewardship of public authority so that all residents, regardless of party, church, or philosophy, can participate equally in our democracy. Our election information brochure is one of the most important tools our borough provides and must serve every voter equally. It isn't a place for persuasion, religious, political, or otherwise. It is a civic tool and a public service, like the ballot box or the polling place, meant to serve every voter, not a soapbox, not a pulpit, not a campaign flyer. This ordinance is not about restricting anyone's beliefs or anyone's speech. It's about placing a limit on government itself, on us, the public institution, so that we do not use taxpayers' resources to tilt the field toward any viewpoint. It is a guardrail that protects everyone. Neutrality is what keeps the public's trust, keeps the borough out of unnecessary legal risk, and ensures our elections remain fair, clean, and above reproach. A yes vote here is simply the reasonable, steady choice. It keeps government in its proper lane, and it preserves equal treatment for all residents, regardless of faith or politics. Our job is not to use public tools to influence voters or decide for them. Our job is to safeguard the conditions under which voters can decide freely for themselves. I respectfully urge you to pass this ordinance in order to preserve this tool of basic good governance. Thank you for all you do. We appreciate you.
And Doug, I'm not sure if it's Doug Hill or Doug Mill. Okay, thank you.
Then it's Mackey. Hill is Mackey. So my Hill, that's been Doug. Mayor, Assembly, Manager, staff, thanks for allowing me to talk. My name's Doug Hill. I'm a Matsu Borough resident. I'm a nonpartisan voter, and I strongly urge you to pass Ordinance 25-120 and ban statements in the Matsu voter brochure that are not related to the election. The inclusion of political figure Charlie Kirk in the 25 election brochure was, in my mind, very inappropriate. I don't approve of including any individual, any ideology or party in the voter brochure in such a manner. There are other forums for such purposes. If you knew about Charlie Kirk and you agreed in his inclusion in the voter brochure, in my mind, you acted in a manner contrary to the purpose of the brochure. In an election brochure, political messaging should only come from the candidates running for office. What I've addressed here, for me, I mean, what used to be basic high school civics, at least in the school that I went to. So thank you for being here and listening, and thank you for proposing this. Have a good night. Thanks.
Thank you.
Got to introvert out again, public speaking introvert.
So, Tom, you think that? Hilog? He'll help us here. Thank you.
Hello, Madam Mayor and Assembly members. I'm Tom Parag, and I am a Matsu resident for 40 years. And I am here to speak in favor of 25-120, in support of it. I think it was inappropriate to have that addition added to this last brochure. The voting brochure should be a nonpartisan voting information guide so that people can read through it and not, be influenced otherwise. So that's really all I have to say, and I hope that you will vote in favor of taking that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Gail Volk. We remembered you this time.
Maybe I can do this without my voice shaking. I don't like public speaking. My name is Gail Volt, and I am a resident of the Mat-Su Borough. And this is regarding a statement that was on the cover of the Mat-Su Borough election. Thank you, Tim Hale, for bringing this forward. The top statement was inappropriate, and the policy is inappropriate, and it's just plain wrong. Partisan politics have no place in borough elections or proceedings. Naming only one victim of a political violence and calling the other victims and other victims of political violence, it's partisan and it's shameful. Having signs, political signs in front of your name during a borough assembly meeting is inappropriate and it's shameful. The very last line, well, no, I'll go back here. This should never have been voted in, nor should it have been printed. It's politically biased, it's offensive, and again, shameful. The very last line, which says, "In God we trust," is also inappropriate. Separation of church and state. We all know what that is. It's there for a very good reason. Freedom of religion is a personal choice, just like political parties are. That statement is not inclusive of all voters and should be removed from all future borough election brochures, websites, and printed materials, just like a partisan politics statement. Again, the partisan politics, no matter what party or affiliation, and anything to do with religion have no place in the Mat-Su Borough elections or their borough or their brochure. The borough serves the residents of the Mat-Su Borough, all of them, regardless of faith or politics. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Jerry?
Yeah, my name is Jerry Hupp, HUPP, and I support 25120. To me, this is just common sense. You know, the election brochure should only cover candidates, where to vote, propositions, the candidates' positions, and their qualifications. It's not a place for political pandering, and it shouldn't present a biased view on any issue or vote. Fail to pass this ordinance, and you're effectively saying there are no standards for what is included in the brochure. And that raises the question of what is appropriate. It also raises the possibility that some future assembly may choose to include information that you guys yourselves may not like. So adhere to common sense. These are clear standards. They direct the clerk very clearly, and I urge you to support 25120. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet?
Good evening, Mayor, Assembly. My name is Janet Johnson, and I'm a resident of Mat-Su Borough, and I live in the Butte. And I am here in opposition to Mat-Su Borough Ordinance Serial Number 25-120. As my husband stated, we totally love our clerk. And has nothing to do with her, but we still believe that the voter guide is informational brochure for elections is clearly policy, and it resides in the area of responsibility of our elected assembly. And I'm asking you to vote against this ordinance to keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that has it? Yes, come.
My name is Michael Bowles. I live down Kinnick River Road.
a resident of the Matsu Borough, and thank you, Madam Mayor, Mr. Manager, and members of the Assembly for listening to me. I want to start by reading the preamble to the Alaska Constitution. We, the people of Alaska, grateful to God and to those who founded our nation and pioneered the great land in order to secure and transmit to succeeding generations our heritage of political, civil, and religious liberty within the Union of the States. Do ordain and establish the Constitution for the state of Alaska. So it's pretty evident that we trust in God, or they did at least when they wrote our Constitution. So I stand in opposition of this. I don't stand in opposition of the writer. Definitely don't stand in opposition of anybody involved in this, to include the writer. What I stand in opposition is trying to silence the assembly and trying to ban language. So what I'm hearing is people don't like language and they're trying to ban language. And that, in my opinion, is wrong. Similar to people trying to ban books. We don't ban books. What we do is we create policy, we put people in positions, we vote them into positions, we vote people into positions on the assembly that put people in positions to write policy and to bring code forward to address that, and that is the assembly. Non-elected officials, outstanding work, but that's not their job. Their job is to support the assembly. The assembly's job is to create and approve policy and create and move code forward. I understand the controversy of the language that was in the voting guide, but it made it through. And now everybody here has the opportunity to address the assembly who voted on it and approved it in our constitutional republic. We are not a democracy. You are elected officials in a constitutional republic. And that is exactly what we are seeing. And this is a very, very good thing. So I ask that you please vote this thing down. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else? Do we have anybody online? Okay, go ahead. Who's ever first online?
Oh, yes, my name is Patricia Fisher. I'm speaking tonight in favor of Ordinance 25-120, which restricts the Election Bureau to only certain items. This ordinance is necessary given the Assembly's action regarding the election brochure for the 2025 election, where the Assembly inserted a memorial into the brochure citing Charlie Kirk. That action was clearly a clear sign of partisanship, in my opinion. Partisanship is defined as prejudice in favor of a particular cause or person, which is what occurred when the Assembly approved the memorial in the brochure which memorialized Mr. Kirk. It had the possible effect of influencing public opinion one way or the other. It was an inappropriate inclusion in the brochure. There are many victims of political violence. In 2025 alone, the Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hartman and her husband were fatally shot. An arsonist set fire to the Pennsylvania governor's residence with his family inside. An immigration and customs enforcement officer was shot outside a detention facility in Texas. These other victims were not shown preference in the brochure, as was Mr. Kirk. I have no bias against Mr. Kirk. I did not even know of him, nor do I have any bias toward the other victims I just mentioned. The title of the memorial page in the brochure was In Memoriam of Charlie Kirk and Other Victims, with Mr. Kirk headlining the memorial. My point is that Mr. Kirk should not have been singled out to be memorialized. This was an expression of bias by the Assembly. Ordinance 25-120 would protect the brochure in the future by restricting the information to be contained in the brochure to name, year of birth, year of Alaska residency, and a position statement by the candidate. This ordinance does not ban words, it bans partisanship. I request that the Assembly vote in favor of Ordinance 25-120. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Do we have another person online? No. So one last chance. Anybody here that hasn't had? Sure, come on.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'm Starla Brewer, again from Willow, or still from Willow. I encourage the assembly to vote against this new ordinance. I also agree that the memorial for Charlie Kirk was inappropriate, even though I have been a longtime supporter of him. I've listened to him for several years and fully support Turning Point USA. But as the people that were so upset pointed out, our election brochure really isn't the place. But the reason I don't want this ordinance to pass is because I also agree that this is an issue of policy. And I believe what happened, it wasn't intended to be partisanship. It was just that his assassination hit so strongly and was so new. And it just kind of overrode almost everything else going on in the world at the time for very many people. As far as the "In God We Trust," that is our nation's motto. This country was founded as a republic, constitutional republic. There is nothing in our founding documents or for the state of Alaska that gives you freedom from religion. It's freedom of religion. That is all religions, and almost all religions, actually every religion known, has a god or gods. So that can be interpreted how they wish. But again, that all boils down to policy. I would like these decisions to stay with the assembly. So just like tonight, when there is an issue that comes up, we can address the assembly directly and have that specific thing taken care of instead of a blanket policy that is not going to help really anybody. Anyway, thank you for your attention.
Anyone else that hasn't testified already that would like to? Do we have anybody on? Well, okay, go ahead, who's ever online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This is Jackie Goforth. I am a Mat-Su resident. I have been since 2001, and I live in Greater Palmer. And I have to admit that it is very mind-boggling to find people who are upset over "In God We Trust" when it's part of the pledge that we say before every meeting: one nation under God. I also wasn't going to speak on this subject until I listened to Mr. Bowles speak, and he's absolutely right. Anytime you put something up that ties your voice and makes it so that the assembly cannot do what they were instructed to do and what their rights are, it's violating the First Amendment rights of the assembly. They have the right. To vote yes on this ordinance is actually a restriction on language. It is. It's because they're upset at the language. People are upset at the language, and people are going to be upset at the language. They always have been in politics. And there's a 1964 Supreme Court case, New York Times versus Sullivan, that says politics can be volatile and there can be disagreements. But that doesn't mean that you stop the disagreements and that you silence the voices of those you disagree with. So I ask you to not vote for this ordinance, because the district assembly that we voted for, our representatives, need to have the right to vote on what all 7 of them decide by majority to put in the election brochure. That's the job that we elected them for. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else online? No. Okay. Anybody else here that hasn't testified that would like to? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And Assemblyperson Hale.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance 25-120, and I'd like to speak to it if I may.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so this ordinance sets the policy of the assembly is that the borough election brochure should contain only the factual items that are pertinent to the election. One of the things that, there are a few things that you really don't want politicians messing with, and one of those things is elections. And in that election is the election informational brochure. And when I was talking to the clerk and the attorney about this ordinance, the attorney mentioned to me that he really doesn't like it when the assembly starts to stick stuff into things like this, because it leaves us open to liability as far as being sued or other things of that nature. So I think it's good to set the policy of the borough to only have the factual information listed in the ordinance within the brochure. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Further discussion by anyone? Is there objection to the legislation? Okay, so we have objection. All righty, Madam Clerk?
If I can get the members to vote. Madam Mayor, it has failed with Assemblymember Hill and Nowers in support.
Okay.
You want me to read, don't you? You're waiting for me to read. I'm so
we're-
sorry.
Yeah, I know you're writing, so go ahead.
121, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $709,340 from the United States Department of Homeland Security, Federal Emergency Management Agency Port Security Grant Program, and extending date of completion for match funding for the Port Enhanced Security Improvement Project with accompanying resolution 25106, a resolution amending the scope of work and budgets for port grant match fiscal year 2021 and pickup 4x4 crew cab port fiscal year 2025, approving the scope of work and budget and authorizing the manager to enter into an agreement for the Port Enhanced Security Improvement Project. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing for ordinance 25-121 and resolution 25-106. Is there anybody? We do not have a sign-up sheet. Is there anyone that would like to give testimony to the assembly on either this ordinance or resolution? Okay, we don't have anybody online? One last chance. Anybody here that would like to give testimony? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and close public hearing then, and Assemblyperson Gamble, I guess, sir.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance 25-121 and accompanying resolution 25-106.
Mm-hmm.
And
You want to speak? Mm-hmm.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate the manager and the port director, Dave, on this award. This is an incredible grant. The port is in need of security upgrades, and with all the activity going out there, I think this is a very timely grant. It does require a match, and it looks like the port director and administration have found money from other projects and their budget to make the match. And I urge everybody to vote for this ordinance. Thank you.
Further, any more discussion by the assembly? Is there any objection to this legislation? Okay, seeing and hearing none, then the legislation becomes law. Passes. Okay, the next item is audience participation. We don't have. Seems like to me we did have some audience. Yes, yeah. Come.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Jim Mills. I'm with the Point McKenzie Community Council, and I'm here to garner assembly support for the outdoor restroom CIP that the council has submitted. It's currently ranked 8th on the CIP grading list, and it's being introduced this evening. The Point McKenzie Community Center was commissioned approximately 4 years ago. Since its start, we've implemented many improvements. These include connecting utilities, installing a well and septic system, upgrading the facility to meet current standards, installing Starlink internet, and equipping it with a full kitchen. All this was carried out using CAP funds. So thank you for that. Presently, we lease space to a local church group that regularly hosts 40 to 50 attendees for Sunday services, as well as several monthly dinners for the congregation. We also accommodate our community council meetings and the RSA 17 meetings, along with various events such as barbecues and holiday celebrations. Next Friday, the church group will hold its second annual Thanksgiving dinner, which last year attracted about 80 community members, which is pretty rare in Point McKenzie. The facility basically has one restroom, which experiences significant demand during these gatherings. Many community members also use the playground, and the addition of an outdoor restroom would enable families to enjoy extended time outdoors at the playground. The facility also serves a substantial number of commuters traveling to and from two nearby correctional facilities, Nugent's Ranch, and potentially and hopefully in the future, Port McKenzie travelers. This restroom will allow travelers to place to stop and go on the way to their destinations. In addition, we're collaborating with the Matsu Health Foundation to survey our community and identify initiatives that the Community Council can undertake to enhance residents' quality of life. Preliminary suggestions toward this include establishing a food bank, among other projects. So we respectfully seek your support for this project at the December Assembly meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to address the Assembly on any subject? Do we have anybody online, sir? We do not? One last chance? Okay, I'll close audience participation then. Madam Clerk?
Resolution 25-111, a resolution establishing dates for payment, delinquency, protest, and appeal of 2026 regular assessment and tax rolls, and for the commencement of hearings before the Board of Equalization. Resolution 25-112, a resolution approving a letter of agreement with the Matanuska-Susitna Borough Employees Association to amend Article 45, Section A of the 2025-2027 labor agreement by establishing an opt-out provision for employees with alternative health coverage, and authorizing manager to sign and execute the letter of agreement. Resolution 24-116, a resolution establishing rates and fees for exclusive use land permits under MSB 23-110-100 permits for inclusion in the fiscal year 2026 schedule of rates and fees. AM 25-134, acceptance of late filed and retroactive senior citizen and disabled veteran exemption applications for the period of September and October 2025. AM 25-137, award of proposal number 2616P to Lounsbury and Associates in the contract amount of $497,266 to design the reconstruction of King Arthur Drive. AM 25-138, award of proposal number 2643P to Respect Company in the contract amount of $494,921 to design a new household hazardous waste facility. AM 25-139, award of solicitation number 2659P to P&D Engineers in the contract amount of $182,209 to design fish passage improvements for Charlie Drive at Anderson Lake. And AM 25-140, approval of change order number 2 for contract number 2255P with Stantec Consulting Services to add $40,000 for the Selden Extension Phase 2 right-of-way acquisition map completion and to extend the contract to June 30th, 2026.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
I move to approve the consent agenda as read into the record by the clerk.
Okay, is there any objection? Somebody has their light on. Assembly person, yeah, thank you. If you wanted to speak, that's fine, but, okay. Yeah, no problem. Okay. Hearing none, then the consent agenda has been approved.
AM 25-135, awarded bid number 2683B to Hughes Fire Equipment in the contract amount of $790,558 to purchase a Wildland Urban Interface fire apparatus for Central Mt. Sioux Fire Department. This was pulled by Assemblymember McKee.
Yes, I move to, what do you say, adopt, accept, what?
To set for public.
Adopt, AM 25-135. And it's just because I have a question about it, which I actually think might have been answered before. It has a really cool name, this wildland. What does it do that the other things don't do? Because I looked in the, in the accompanying paperwork, but I didn't see anything that said why this is necessary.
Go ahead, sir.
Mayor, Assembly, and staff. Ken Barkley, Director of Emergency Services. Through the Mayor, Member McKee. This is a brush fire truck, 4-wheel drive. It's for wildland firefighting. It goes off road. It's one of the most sought out type of a vehicle that we use for wildland firefighting. And we also contract with Department of Forestry, who reimburses us for the use of the truck and the personnel for this vehicle.
Sounds good to me.
Thank you.
I didn't have my thing on, but I said it sounds good to me, so there you go.
You got the motion okay? She didn't have her light on, but
No,
she
she
did.
already said it.
Yeah, I know she said it, but she didn't have the light on the
Oh, okay, you
subject.
could have her say it again.
No, I just didn't know. Did you get it on record, okay?
I got it written down. It probably isn't on the recording though. If
Okay.
you want her to say it again, you can.
Would you please, so we be sure it's on the recording?
I don't remember exactly what I said, but I'm
No,
I'm
just
for it.
say that you move for adoption.
Oh, I did, okay, I moved for, okay, well, what do you want me to say?
Yeah.
I moved to
Thank you.
adopt, and then I said I wanted to talk about it, and you convinced me that it's a good idea, and there you go.
Thank you.
Great.
Thumbs up.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk. So there is no unfinished business. There are
Is there
no.
any objection?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any objection? Okay. Well, I'm glad you helped me and I help you. Here we go, lady. So the legislation becomes law. There is no unfinished business and there are no vetoes. Madam Clerk.
Introduction for a public hearing on December 2nd is Resolution 25096, Ordinance 25124 with accompanying Resolution 25108, Ordinance 25125 with accompanying Resolution 25110, and Ordinance 25130 with accompanying Resolution 25115.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
I move to introduce the legislation as read into the record by the clerk and set public hearings for December 2nd, 2025.
Okay, and then Deputy Mayor, vacancy
Is there
report,
any
please.
objection?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any objection? I am just speeding along here. You guys don't get any choices. It's time for it to be over here. Is there any objection? Okay, don't say
Okay.
objection. Okay.
I move to confirm the mayor's recommendation as follows. Labor Relations Board, resignation Mike Bowles. Local Emergency Planning Committee, resignation of Josh Tudor. Resignation of Harry Hillman. MSB Fish and Wildlife Commission, resignation of Michael Bowles. Talkeetna Sewer and Water, SSA number 36, resignation of Jane Steer in SSA C and appointment to the Community Council seat. The following are being confirmed with the starting date of January 1st, 2026. Agricultural Advisory Board, Joseph Slosvik. Borough Area School Site Selection Committee, Daniel Bowen. Enhanced 911, Luke Zipsky and Kid Chan. Library Board, Julie Endel, Marty Kincaid. Local Emergency Planning Committee, Sheila Olson, Luke Zipsky, and Rusty Ballinger. Office of Administrative Hearings, Scott Sterling. Parks and Recreational and Trial Advisory Board, James Jones, Steve Menard. Planning Commission, Lyndon McCabe. Plating Board, Michael Gilson. Port Commission, Fred Alvareza Jr. Transportation Advisory Board, Christina Whitman. Water and Wastewater Advisory Board, Terry Gorlick. BUFSA number 2, Mitzi Van Asdelen. Central Matsu FSA number 130, Luke Zipsky and Craig Robinson. Bogard RSA number 25, Billy Shaler. Gold Trail RSA number 28, Jeremy Hongslow. Greater Butte RSA number 26, Carl Coprud. Greater Talkeetna RSA number 29, John Strassenberg. Knick RSA number 17, John Job. Lazy Mountain RSA number 19, Pierre Strager. South Colony RSA number 16, Charles Krim.
Okay. Discussion on the vacancy. Yes, Assemblyperson Hale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to divide the question to take the appointment of the Sutton Library Board seat separately.
Okay. So there is a question to divide the question. Do you have objection to that? We have objection, okay. So we take the rest of the board first, or do you take the objection that's been pulled?
You have to vote on the division of the question.
Okay,
And if that passes, then you take them separately. If it fails, you take it as a whole.
as a whole, okay. So, does anybody have any question about that? Okay. So the first vote is if you want to divide the question.
Okay, I'm gonna have to reset because there's an abstain button hit. So I'm gonna have to have everybody else vote again. Madam Mayor, it has failed with Assemblymember Hale, Sumner, and Nowers in support.
Okay. So now the question before you is the complete vacancy report. Okay. Is there any objection? So seeing no objection, then the vacancy report has been adopted. Okay, there is no new business. We do have some referrals. Do you read the referrals or do I? Okay, all right, go ahead then.
Madam Mayor, usually who refers them are the people that put them forward. So I'm going to read Assemblymember Bonoff's. He's got his own motion, then Assemblymember Sumner has his. Ordinance 25-126, an ordinance amending MSB 855, special events to repeal the surety bond requirement standards, and Ordinance 25-127, an ordinance amending MSB 1767, tall structures, including telecommunication facilities, wind energy conversion systems, and other tall structures to reduce the minimum setback requirements for new telecommunications towers.
Okay, Assemblyperson Bonoff.
I move to refer ordinance 25-126 and ordinance 25-127 to the planning commission for 90 long days.
Okay, discussion on that motion. Is there any objection to that motion? Okay, seeing and hearing none, then the legislation has been referred. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 25-128, an ordinance amending MSB 15.24, assembly zoning functions to update the process of initiating and amending lake management plans with accompanying resolution 25-113, a resolution establishing a fee for processing requests for lake management plans under MSB 15.24 assembly zoning functions.
Okay, Assemblyperson Sumner.
I move to refer ordinance 25-128 and resolution 25-113 to the planning commission for 90 days.
Okay, discussion on the motion. Is there any objection? Okay, hearing no objection, then the motion has passed. We do not have any reconsiderations. We're now to the point of parting comments. Mr. Attorney, parting comments, sir.
Assemblymember Hale, as I said at the beginning of the meeting before we went on record, 6 years went by real fast. So I appreciate all your hard work. I know one of the issues that brought you out was the Butte compound. And I know that my office played a part in helping resolve that. It's now borough-owned property, clear of IRS liens. I have appreciated talking with you over the years. I know that you were always well prepared, even with your slope job. And, for some people that presents a challenge, but I think you did a great job with dealing with that and representing District 1. So thanks for your service and enjoy that VW bug. I was in District 1 before the lines were redrawn, and he was going door to door, and he came to my house, and we started talking about his car, because I don't talk about anything borough outside of when I'm working. But he's got a really cool VW Bug, so best of luck to you. And Assemblymember-elect Bowles, congratulations. We've talked once or twice already. I look forward to working with you for the next 4 years, because the terms have changed, and look forward to, well, I guess 1 year, and then, yeah, sorry, 1 year. This is the shortened term. You're right. Apologize. Assemblymember Nowers, congratulations to you too. 1 more year, so from 6 then to 7. And Assemblymember Sumner, I would be remiss without congratulating you on a hard-fought campaign.
Yeah.
I know it was tough. These challenges, so. And then on another positive note, I will be out Friday and the 3 days next week before Thanksgiving. My oldest daughter is getting married.
Oh, wow.
This coming weekend.
Congratulations.
So I'm getting old, so I'll be out of the office for a few days and probably not responding because we'll be doing things. I won't be doing work down there. So thank you. That's all.
All righty. Assemblyperson McKee, parting comments?
Yeah, a couple things. Mike, welcome aboard. And Stephanie, and who else we got down there? Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's hard. It's the first time you're campaigning, and it doesn't really get any easier. So congratulations to those of you who persevered. And I'd also just like to give a shout out to a lady named Nicole. I don't know who she is, but when I pulled up here, I just broke my leg, so it's kind of, everything is everywhere all the time. It's very hard for me to do anything. And this young lady, she's all dressed up and everything. She put her stuff down. She just came over and she pulled stuff out of my car and helped me out. And I just want I think she works with human resources, and people do good things in this borough at every level. And that to me just said, well, I needed the help when she was there. So I just wanted to let you know.
Her name is Nikki, probably.
Yeah. You what?
It's probably Nikki.
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 Okay.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, parting comments?
Thank you, Tim, for all your hard work. Appreciate you. Have an enjoyable winter and safe up on the slope. Thank you, Michael, for coming aboard. Thank everybody for coming out. And I just want to thank our Lord and Savior for blessing our valley, blessing our assembly. Please give us wisdom and love in our heart to spread around. May we have ears to listen to your word, Lord, to be able to take care of the sick, the broken, help the needy. Thank you and bless the first responders, Lord, our veterans. We ask and pray in Jesus' name, amen.
Parting comments? Assemblyperson Hale?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I hope you'll forgive me if I run a little long tonight. It's been a great honor serving with you in this assembly and all of the people that came before, the folks who sit up here. The entire assembly has changed in my time. None of us agree on everything, but all of us agree on something, which has been a great comfort to me on those times when I've been outvoted 6-1. Assemblymember Fonoff, your work on community cleanup has created a playbook that future assemblies can use and build on, and thank you. Assemblymember Gamble, your defense and advancement of your community council's priorities and your road service area boards and your fire service area boards is important work. Thank you. Assemblymember Sumner, you have an uncanny eye for detail, especially when it comes to saving the taxpayers' money. Thank you. Madam Clerk, you are the best clerk in the entire state of Alaska and probably beyond. I don't know how you manage to keep us all on track, but you do. Thank you very much.
And we gave her an award, remember, a couple of years ago to prove it, so.
Absolutely.
If she ever doubts that I don't know where she has that award now, but hopefully she has it close where she could look at it.
Madam Mayor, you always make sure that everybody who wants to speak gets to speak, and that's very important. Thank you. And Manager Brown, you've always been a straight shooter with us, and even when we don't like the answers, and your work helping me advance, some of these projects, particularly the Sutton, the Jonesville project, is hugely appreciated. I've never regretted the day that I voted to hire you, so thank you. Assemblymember Nowers, you are constantly pushing us to address issues that might be slightly out of our purview, like the cost of energy and the cost of healthcare, and that's important work. And I hope it gives me hope that perhaps you'll seek higher office when you're done with this year term. Thank you. Assemblymember Bernier, as in Matthew 13, faith is like yeast, and I hope that it continues to grow and transform in you and in this body, especially when it comes to issues that affect the folks who are least represented amongst us. Thank you. And Assemblymember McKee, you are truly a maverick. Your constant efforts at ensuring that more of our education dollars get to the classroom instead of being spent in the boardroom have created pathways of communication that did not exist before you sat on this board. Thank you. Mr. Attorney, your advice is always very sound, and your sense of humor is highly appreciated, especially when you're telling me no. Thank you. To all the borough staff who work so hard every day, to make this place a better place to live, your efforts do not go unnoticed. Thank you all very much. And my wife and my family and our daughter, I could not have done this without your love and patience. I love you so much. Thank you very much. And most importantly, to the folks in District 1 who placed their trust in me, for the last 6 years, this has been the greatest honor of my life. Thank you very much. Good luck and good night.
Assemblyperson Nowers, parting remarks.
We should have let him go last. Yeah. I really appreciate all the folks who came out tonight, even though some may not have gotten what they were hoping for. I think this issue of growth and preserving what we love about the valley is going to continue to be something this assembly wrestles with. And speaking of people, I'm really glad that Earl Lackey's name was mentioned tonight. I also wanted to mention Bruce Bush, who is a big person in the valley, and they're not that far apart from each other. Bruce Bush and Earl Lackey, that are household names to folks who have lived in the valley for a while and have had a big impact on it. And to Tim, nobody knows what it's like to sit up here until you actually sit up here. And people make a lot of assumptions about what you may or may not be doing. I've never doubted your intention to do the best for your community, whether that was the Butte compound or the number of times that you've sat up here and said, I brought legislation because I had folks in my community that came to me and I'm trying to solve a problem. And I always felt like you were trying to find ways to work with the other assembly members, setting an example for us of how we could come to a compromise and get things done and not stalemate. And your humor, your brevity will be missed. If it was on display tonight, the question. your fine car in the parking lot, and your service to the community is just exemplary. And I wish the same for you, some higher office. And you, thank you, seriously.
Parting comments, Mr. Manager?
I'm gonna start by saying I appreciate his brevity, and then I'm gonna be brief. So look forward to working with two of you. Continued work. Congratulations, Mr. Bowles. The real congratulation goes to you, though. And I would say, if I had to pick one word, I would say you were always unafraid. And I appreciated that about you. Like, you're like, I'm gonna do what I need to do because I'm representing what I represent, and you were just unafraid. So I appreciate that. Well done, and hopefully you'll enjoy a little bit more time. I know you're headed back to the slope, so I don't know what that looks like, but at least you won't probably be getting those phone calls anymore, so well done. I have nothing else, Madam Mayor.
Madam Clerk, parting comments?
I still can't believe it's been 6 years and I haven't aged a bit at all. You've been very nice to work with, Tim, and I appreciate you, and I appreciate the time you put in for your community, and you're going to be missed, and I wish your last motion to call the question would have passed.
Parting comments, Assembly?
You know, I thought you said you were going to be here one more week, and so I didn't say how wonderful you are. But had I known that tonight was the last night, I've always really admired you because you talk about a maverick. It's breed recognition here. You think it, you educate yourself, and then you just say it. And I really admire that because that's a straight talking man, and I think that's really cool.
So first of all, let me ask a question. We're supposed to mandatory adjourn at 10 o'clock. Are we going to make it, or do we need to extend it? Okay, so I see some extensions. So can I have a motion then, Deputy Mayor, to extend?
I move to extend the meeting till 10:15.
Okay, is there any objection? Okay, thank you. All right, Assemblyperson Sumner.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yeah, Tim, I mean, we've only served on the Assembly together for a very short time, but I got to say that we may not always agree, but I can appreciate that you are always prepared, and I never have doubted that everything that you are bringing forth or voting on is for the best interest of your community. And the times that you and I have been voted together, which I don't even know if it's 50-50 or 75-25 or 25-75, but the times that you and I have voted together, I can be positive in my conviction that I was making the right decision. And in light of that, actually, when you asked to bifurcate the question, I think that I think I understood for the vacancy report is what I'm referring to. I think I understood what you were referring to. There were some people in the audience that were saying that the mayor's decision to fill the Sutton Library role was misplaced. And I just wanted to point out that I completely agree with the mayor's decision. I actually read an article not too long ago in the Matanuska-Susitna, so I may be not directly quoting this if this was not quoted directly, but Kathy Kaiser, the vacancy, said, I did not this time even read that list. I will not next time even read that list because I'm not going to second guess the expertise and training of our librarians. I have no training in that area. I know what I like to read and what I don't like to read. And that to me does not qualify me to start looking through and deciding what's on our shelves in our libraries. So, the article is about the Assembly's decision to make it the responsibility of the library board to oversee the purchasing of books. So that was, that board's role and that board's job. And this vacant position, this lady was on record saying that she was not qualified to do the job and refused to do the job. So I think it was absolutely the right decision to not renew her term by the mayor. On a separate, unrelated note, I was asked that I wanted to ask direct the manager to prepare an RFI for looking at the borough land in the valley to get interest in opening more gravel pits. Basically, the borough would collect royalties and have another operator operate the gravel pits. What's happening right now is there are a lot of gravel pits that are being exhausted in the area, and it's causing a rise in the cost of septic replacements for people who have aging homes or rising water tables. It can be really expensive to truck septic rock long distances. Particularly affected is Mr. Gamble's district down in KGB, where there's silty soils, lots of failed septics and no gravel pits. Also in the Church Schrock area, there's 2 gravel pits on Pittman Road that are closing. I don't know of any other gravel pits that are replacing them. It's a very long distance to truck rock, all the way across the valley to work on your septic system or to build a new home. So I think we have an opportunity here to, reduce costs for homeowners.
Parting comments?
I'm sorry, I didn't expect direction to the manager to come up on that issue tonight, so I'd like to, I guess it's sounding like the proposals have the manager come forward with pieces of borough land that we could turn into gravel pits, and I'd need to know more about that to support it. I kind of like the market to work it out, and I just on the face of it, I don't see the need to have the manager come up with a list of borough properties for gravel. I know a lot of gravel pits. Anyways, I object to directing the manager to spend time on that.
Okay. Okay, so we'll need to vote, the clerk says. So, does everybody understand what Assemblyperson Sumner recommended and what Assemblyperson Nowers has objected to? I see some frowns down there, so maybe Assemblyperson Sumner, if you could restate what it was, and then we know that.
I was asking the manager to prepare a report of all the properties that could be used as gravel pits in the borough for third-party operators to pay royalty to the borough.
And was it borough-owned property or?
Yeah,
private?
borough-owned properties. Now, of course, this would not be that we are opening gravel pits. This is preparing a report, showing us the potential operation of gravel pits.
Okay. Are the frowns gone, or do we still need some further discussion?
I kind of do. So would private industry be making any money off that, or is it the borough gonna?
Yeah, I mean, if a private operator were selling gravel on borough property and paying the borough royalty, the taxpayers would be making money and the private operator would be making money. And then hopefully if there's more gravel pits, that are responsibly developed, then homeowners would also, get lowered costs.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
So ideally, if some borough-owned property that was like a big hill, for instance, we could take the hill down, make a level area for building or sales or however.
Yeah, and that would also, I guess you raise a good point, that would also potentially increase the value and lower the cost of developing the property for the borough in the future. And I'm not, obviously, this is not directing the manager to open a bunch of gravel pits.
Right.
This is preparing a report to show us what the potential is.
That's a good idea. Thank you.
Okay, so we do have an objection, so the clerk says we need to vote.
Go ahead and vote, if we can, the members in the room to go ahead and vote on directing the manager. Madam Mayor, it passed with a simple number of hours opposed.
Okay, all righty. Assemblyperson Shower, do you have any more parting comments, or is that it, sir?
That's Mr.
Oh,
Gamble,
no,
not
that
Shower.
was it.
Did I get a promotion? Or would that be a demotion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She said Shower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I just didn't know if he had another motion or something he wanted to make, or, okay. Assemblyperson Gamble, go ahead, parting comments.
Thank you, Mayor. First, a little business. Back to the lakefront setback issue. I don't want to kick the can down the road any further, and Assemblymember Sumner and I were talking about this earlier. Something has got to be done to rectify the situation that we have with this. So, Assemblymember Nowers, I know at one point you suggested that we, as the Assembly, quit passing the buck onto the Planning Commission and to other task force or whatever, and we get together and we come up with some guidelines or whatever that we think as an Assembly should go forward, whatever that looks like. I'm not sure at this time. So I would ask the manager and the rest of the assembly, that we put together a work group, or we have a work session where we as an assembly get together and talk about this issue and try and get some resolution as to how to move forward with it before we pass it on to somebody else to do our work for us. So that's what I'm requesting, first of all. Do I need to do anything else with that?
Unless there's objection.
Okay, is there objection?
Is there objection?
Is it a special meeting, Mom?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Is there objection?
He's just asking for a date to come forward, is what he's doing.
Okay. I thought you
Yeah.
asked if it.
We can't pass the buck any longer.
Do you want the date now or in the future?
I'm not sure. I haven't even thought that far. It's just from discussion that we had earlier tonight and from previous discussions with Assembly Member Nowers and discussions that we've had here and with the audience. We've got to deal with the situation. So, however that looks, work group, assembly, work day, however we do it, we need to take the time to do it. Okay? All right. Now on to Mr. Hale. Tim, a lot of people don't know that you and I met several years ago at the South Connect River Community Council meetings and the Butte Community Council meetings when I was working for Representative Delana Johnson, and that's where I started to get to know you, and your very common sense approach, your very community oriented approach to everything. You could always tell when you were at those meetings that all you cared about was what the community, the information that they were giving you, and then you were going to take it and go with it, whatever that was. And so my first impressions of you were that you were all about community, and it showed because they reelected you to an assembly seat. You always come prepared, and like has been discussed here earlier, and I said earlier tonight, even when you're on the slope, I mean, you do your homework and you come with the details and things that sometimes I miss, I don't think of, you do, and it gives me pause to think about it some more, and has actually changed the way I voted more than once. So I appreciate that about you. But I think more than anything, what Assemblymember Nauer said earlier was your sense of humor is just cracks me up sometimes, because it's off the cuff. It's very witty, and I appreciate that about you. I appreciate serving with you, and I wish the best for your future. Thank you.
Parting comments, Assemblyperson Fauna?
Thank you, everyone. It was a lot of amazing things today. I appreciate it. Didn't expect this today, which was pretty awesome. Let's see. To Mr. Harold, thank you. It does take a lot of effort to win the elections, and then after that, once you occupy the seat, it's definitely it takes a different approach. It's one thing to run and promise one thing, but then to deliver is different. And I think it is important balance what you personally stand on, and then those people that reach out to you and want specific things done. And I feel like some of the things that you at least try to attempt to pass was not necessarily maybe that you personally were, but that's the community wanted it, and you reflected that, and at least your people, the ones that live in your area, they kind of was like, well, you gave us the best chance at it, So I felt that was what you did to accomplish that. So you can always look them in the eyes and say, I did my best, and I do appreciate that. We didn't get to co-sponsor anything in the couple years that we did together, but I did enjoy working, even when they were on the most of the time, maybe not on the same voting side of things. I know Miss Nowers will probably miss you and the support for her thing, but Stephanie will still love you as well. And then I appreciate that, because it does that. And I do want to welcome Michael. I mean, there's going to be now the actual work starts. It's one thing when you talk to people and you have great ideas, but the moment oftentimes you walk into Nick's office, your cool idea just exploded real quick. So that's just it is the reality, though. So with that said, thank you so much for your service, and with other than that, I do want to direct the manager to issue an RFI for at least 3 locations or more of borough-owned land to solicit interest from data centers. We had a meeting previously before. I think Manager Brown knows exactly what we're talking about, but what we want to do is we want to welcome new businesses, new jobs and things like that. And I think there is a lot of interest right now on the race to the data centers. And I think we check a lot of boxes in certain areas of Matsu Borough. And we want to kind of identify those areas where those businesses might be welcomed and kind of give them incentive to come here.
You have some questions? Okay. Ready? So, goodbye, sir. I am looking forward to hearing about your new career with your new suit of clothes. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, all the things everybody said is so true. So, thank you. Congratulations, Stephanie, for another year. And congratulations, Michael, for another year, right? And congratulations, Max. Is yours a year too? So anyway, we're going to have some big election things. So anyway, so anything else anybody's thought about or anything? Okay, so we will adjourn the meeting at 10:09.